Hello, everybody. What's up? What's up? How are you doing today on this horrible day? It's not actually a horrible day. It's just Tuesday. And we hate Tuesdays. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Hello, everybody. Hey, Ash. What's up? Bernie Wish, Lisbon, Bleak, Kale. What's up? Hey, Rui. Hey, Wets. Hey, Tommy. Streaming Cake. Smoke. Sactier. What's up? What's up? Hey, Shazam. Good morning. Hey, Lilith. Faina, thanks again for the 18 months. Appreciate that so, so much. 1.5 years? Yeah, that is 1.5 years. Obvio. How y'all doing? So, Blessing Legion Heroic World Tier, nice. Yeah, the plan for today is, guys, that we're going to play some World of Warcraft, and we're going to have an M Bootcamp today with Tettles. Special guest Tettles is going to be joining me today at like 4:30, so in a few hours. And we're going to go through the dungeons, through 2 dungeons of his choice. We'll see what he decides on doing. I'm excited. Should be fun. Before we start playing some games, I do want to do a quick Wordle round. Super quick. I started playing the Wikipedia game when I was on the spa weekend with my friends. And now I'm addicted to daily games again. The Wikipedia game is fun though. The CAS system was unable to initialize. Text instance creation failed. Container locked. All right. The container is locked, guys. The container is locked. Okay, I managed to open it now. Guess the container is not locked anymore. No more locked containers, guys. They're fully unlocked. Fully open containers. Contexto is one of my favorite daily games. What is that? I haven't even heard of that. I'm gonna have to check it out in a second. What are we panicking about today, chat? Is the world ending? It probably is. And if not, we should do something about it. Oh, wait. That's the wrong button. All right. Quick Wordles. Context, though. Let's check that out in a second. First, we play Wordles, though. All right. Let's just start with that. Oh, okay. I did not expect this. Is Morch a word? No. Torch. No. Okay. Gorham. That's not a word. Why is it not? I'm bad at this game. Sorry. That has to be it. It is not. Well, could have been. What is this word? Gorin? Kodak, Corex. Corex? Corex. Help. Gorge? It could be gorge. Forge is better. What? Okay. For. Oh my god, we're so gonna lose. Forum. It's probably forum. It's probably forum. Should we go with forum first? Yes, we did it. What a house close. All right. Let's quickly do global as well. Some geography so we can learn a thing or two. Start with Germany. All right. Germany is 4,310 kilometers away from the country we're looking for. 4,300 kilometers. That is decently far. That is maybe like Yemen. Oh, it is not Yemen. Oh, it's probably here. Okay, it's probably somewhere in Africa, somewhere down here maybe. What about Senegal? Okay, 445 kilometers away from Senegal. That means it's probably Liberia. No. Yeah, Liberia. Wait, Liberia is down there, right? It borders Liberia. That means it's... What's to the left of Liberia again? New Guinea? Sierra Leone? Is it? Is that left of Liberia? It is. Okay, it's not Sierra Leone. So I guess it is Ivory Coast. It is the Ivory Coast. There we go, guys. It is the Ivory Coast. I'm mostly damage or healer. I play damage dealer. I play a damage dealer. So today I'd like to go from Honduras to Canada. Honduras to Canada. That means Guatemala. Mexico. Right? United States of America. USA. There you go. Well, that was easy. Let's find a weekly challenge. No! Today I'd like to go from Portugal to Morocco in the year 1880. That's too difficult. 1880? Direct line? No, it has to be through land. Did Spain exist back then in 1880? I guess we give it a try. Spain. Well, that's good. Apparently they also had some parts over there. Alright, so Spain is already a good start. Did France exist? I assume it did. Okay, good. Then... Well, then it gets a little bit more complicated. 1880. So what is like to the east of France in 1880? Did Switzerland exist? Italy. Italy. I think we just go through Italy. Yeah. Fuck, Italy was wrong though. Fuck. Yeah, the Austro-Hungarian Empire probably already bordered. Austria-Hungary. Okay, Austria-Hungary. Okay, and now? Wait. And no. How far did this go? Let's see. So this is like Croatia. And there's Bosnia, right? And then there's what is here, like Romania? Serbia? Serbia. The Ottoman Empire probably didn't border Austria and Hungary though, right? What do you think? What about Bulgaria? Did Bulgaria exist back then? Okay, let's do Ottoman then. Ottoman Empire. Nah! Okay, well, we're wrong. So the Ottoman Empire is huge though. So I guess we have to go Serbia then. What do you think is missing here? Did Serbia exist? What was in between here? Greece? And I don't think Greece is touching. Greece is like down here, no? I don't think Greece is touching either of those.
You got a fat butt, don't you? Can you play her?
I honestly didn't understand what that donation just said, but I feel like I should be happy that I didn't. I didn't quite understand. It's something about me having a fat ass or something? Now I'm confused. Oh, I have a fat ass, play this song. Okay, the answer is no. But thanks for the money, I appreciate it. No, Yugoslavia's kingdom existed from 1910s. Yugoslavia as kingdom existed from 1910s. What about... So it's like right now we have Turkey, and then it's Bulgaria at the bottom and Greece at the bottom and Bulgaria at the top. But like, where is this? Let me try to think where this is. Like, this is hard to tell. Like, where does Greece start? You know what? Let's just try Greece anyway. Maybe it does somehow border. No, it doesn't. Fuck. Okay. I mean, I guess we're missing... Serbia, Bulgaria, but did these exist? Did Did Serbia and Bulgaria exist? Let's try Serbia. Okay, well, we have Serbia. That existed at least. But it was wrong. There's something missing here. Is it just Russia that goes all the way down here? Or no? What about Russia? The Russian Empire? You don't think so? It was the Ottoman Empire. The quiz is wrong. Wait, why is it wrong? The Ottoman Empire is here. It's just not bordering. Like, the Ottoman Empire is correct. It's just not bordering the Austria-Hungary Empire. Well, what about Bulgaria then? Bulgaria. So it did exist. Wait. This whole time? It was Bulgaria the whole time! Okay, whatever. Okay, good. Bulgaria. Okay, good. So now... So we do have the Ottoman Empire here. Oh god, this is so hard. What the hell is missing here then? So this is like where Saudi Arabia is right now. And then right now we have, I mean, like Israel and... God, what was there? Egypt was just here? It went that far up? Let's try Egypt then. Could be. It was Egypt. Perfect. Okay. So now we have Egypt. And then we need to go to Morocco. So I guess the Ottoman Empire. What about... What about Libya? Did Libya exist or was Libya Ottoman Empire? Maybe we just have... What about Mali? Mali or Chad? Tunisia is maybe too small? Like maybe we just don't need Tunisia is what I'm trying to say. Algeria. Do you think Algeria already bordered Ottoman Empire? Let's try... I mean, it could be Nigeria. We could try Nigeria. Maybe it does border. Wait. Oh, wait. We just have to go from this to this. Oh, I just realized. Wait a second. We literally just have to go from here to here. Let's try Algeria then. French Algeria. Yes! We did it, guys. We did it. Okay, that was really difficult. Holy. That was hard. Try Chatlandia for the Czech Republic. Where's Cyprus? I mean, I guess it just wasn't claimed for any country. Or at least not part of this game. I guess. You can see some countries, like here in Africa, for example. Some countries just apparently don't belong to anything. Would have been way easier with a vote, that is true. Okay, so, well, now that we did that, let's play the Wikipedia game for a second. But I actually want to investigate, because you said this game is wrong. Is it actually wrong or no? I want to see. Map 1880. Now I'm curious if it was correct or not. Okay, wait. Okay, this seems to be a world map from 1880 that I just randomly found. Yeah, in this map, it looks like the Ottoman Empire does actually touch Austria-Hungary. A little bit at the bottom, you see it? I mean, generally seems pretty similar. Except like this part also seems a bit different. Yeah, I guess like Serbia and Bulgaria do exist in this map too, but they seem to be... In this map, we have Bosnia-Herzegovina and Montenegro, and in this map, it's kind of like unclaimed. Interesting, interesting. And Cyprus seems to belong to Egypt on this map here. All right, anyway. So let's play the wiki game, Wikipedia. And then we play the other thing. Wait, what do we have to do? Shit. We have to go from radio broadcasting to sports car. From radio broadcasting to sports car. I mean, the simplest way would be like through advertisement, I guess. Like advertisement, sports cars. Probably. Somehow. AM, FM, frequency, New England. Public domain. Non-profit. Propaganda. Kill audio. There must be advertisement somewhere. Tuning? Yeah, but a tuner radio, that's... Maybe. Maybe if I go to tuning. But that's like radio tuning. Maybe it's like, not to be mistaken with car tuning. MDI starts next Friday. What do you think? Commercial broadcasting. Oh, maybe there's like production special channels, public affairs, sports broadcast. Maybe go with that. Maybe go with sports broadcasting. Let's go with that. History, country, TV, football, pay TV, your sports. There you go, all the way to the bottom. Businesses, communication, betting, cheerleading, entertainment, blah, blah, blah. Sport by region. Sports mascots. Shit. Shit, guys. I don't think it's here anywhere. You have to click again. Football, basketball. FIFA World Cup. NFL rugby. Super Bowl. Formula 1. Yeah. Football, Super Bowl. Blah, blah, blah. Ice hockey, Maple Leaf. Blah, 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 blah. Da, 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 da. MDI starts next Friday. Feel like sports by region, Western world would go somewhere. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Or maybe if I just click on Formula 1, do you think that will do something? Because if I click on Western world sports, I will definitely have to click one more time afterwards. Or like 2 more times, I think. Because it's just going to be a list. So if I click on this, I'm going to have to click 2 more times for sure. If I click on Formula 1, maybe it's written somewhere. Let's try Formula 1. I think. Like I want to click as few times as possible, right? Sports car. Maybe we can find sports car somewhere here. Formula 1 cars. Shit. Road course. Maybe like history? Turbocharge, blah, blah, blah. God, I clicked so many times already. This is horrible. Hybrid era. Da, 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 da. Recent point, Aston, blah, blah, blah. Pit stop. Safety car. Drivers. Formula 4. Kart racing. Grand Prix. Blah, 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 blah. If you see it, you need to yell. I don't see it. Shit. I don't think it's here, guys. I don't think it's here. External links. Maybe here somewhere? Class of auto racing. Sport. Do you see it? Rally, sports car endurance. Ah! Enduro beach race. Motorcycles, auto racing. So super sports. Sidecar. God damn it. Fortnite. Oh, there's esports. I get if you click on a brand of car, you'll get the version of cars, including a sports car. I mean, yeah, there's many ways on how I could get from sports cars. Like, there's a million things I could click that would then get me to sports cars, right? But I'm trying to click as few times as possible, so I'm trying to see if sports car is somewhere already in this article. So I don't have to click twice. Because if it's here somewhere, then I can directly win, right? But yeah, of course, if I click on... Like, there's many things I can click on, and I will probably get sports car from there. There's brands, there's motorsport, there's auto racing. Like, there's lots of stuff I can click on, for sure. But maybe it's somewhere already here, you know? That's the whole point of the game, that you click as few times as possible, right? I don't think it is here anywhere. It might be. I don't see it though. I don't see it. Shit. I think the easiest or the most certain way is to just go auto racing, right? Or if we go sports car, endurance. What does come up? FIA World Endurance Championship. If I click on this, it's for sure gonna come up, right? I'm looking for the word sports car, or the article for sports car. I'm gonna try this. Sports prototypes. Hypercar? Why is it not a sports car? Why is it a hypercar? It better be here somewhere. Doesn't look like it. World Championship, individual. Q-Sport, Mansford. Hi, what's up? What's up? Hey, Unicorn Powers, what's up? Thanks for 8 months. How are you doing? Supercross. Supermax. Ah, shit, guys, it's not here either. Guys, this was a mistake. I should have clicked on car racing instead. This was a mistake. So what is this? What do they drive? A hypercar. What the fuck's a hypercar? Series features multiple classes of cars competing in endurance races with sports prototyping. Hypercar class. Maximized Grand Tours. GT cars. Prototype class hypercar. What the fuck's a hypercar? Well, shit. Well, shit, guys. Spin. I guess this is not it then. What are we playing? We're playing the Wiki game daily. The Wikipedia game is what we play. World Sports Car Championship. I mean, better be there then. Sports car racing. That's also the correct word, I don't think. Sports prototypes. Sports car. I feel like this is too... I feel like all of these articles are too specific, actually. Because the word sports car is like generalized. And I'm clicking on all of these like very specific articles where they are actually like using specific words and not like the generalized words. So it's I needed to click on a more general article rather than... Shit, yeah, it's not here anywhere either. Unless they let this count. Road racing. For sports prototypes. What if I click on sports prototypes? Would that count? God damn it! Race car? Sports car? Guys, at this point, it is what it is. Oh man, I should have just clicked on a brand, guys. A brand would have been easier. NASCAR. Do you see it anywhere? They're often called sports racing cars. Come on! What do you mean there's no sports car anymore? Sports car racing. Sports cars! We found it! It only took me like 7. Man, if only I would have clicked on sports car racing. That was actually already in the first article, I think. No, not in the first. It was in the Formula 1 article. I think there was sports car racing as well. Maybe. Or maybe it was in this one here. I don't know. I don't remember. Alright, close enough, close enough. So what was the other game called that you said it was good, Ice Badger? You tried time guesser? No, what is that? Contexto. Okay, what is that? Can you guess the secret word with the help of AI? What is this? Type of word. How to play. Find a secret word. You have unlimited guesses. The words were sorted by an AI algorithm according to how similar they were to the secret word. After submitting a word, you will see its position. The secret word is number 1. Use content in which words are used to calculate some. Okay. Is it better to use like a very specific word or generalized? Probably more generalized. Food. Wait, I'm confused. So food is like there's 169 words that are closer to the word that I'm looking for compared to food. Okay. Okay, so food. Well, okay, food is somewhat close. So I guess it is a food, probably, maybe. Okay, what if I try something more specific now? What about apple? Okay, apple is really far. What? So it might be like a drink. What about coffee? Coffee is also really far. Dude, is it food then? I don't know. Maybe it's not food. What is food related? What about a plate? Let's say cutlery. No. Cutlery is even further away than the food items that I selected. What is something? What about digestion? Oh, okay. Animal? Oh, it's an animal. It's an animal we are eating, or maybe the animal just eats, and that's why food is still related to it. I don't know. It is an animal. Okay. Domestic animal. There's a lot of animals. Oh, I can't type 2 words. Fuck. Pet. Pet is further words. It's probably not a pet. What about mammal? Wait, is that... that's... How do we know which pet it is? What animal it is? Fur. So probably has fur. Did that help me now? I don't know. That's just a cow. Okay, it's certainly not a cow. It could be all kinds of animals. Fly. It probably doesn't fly. Swim? How do we get from animal, which is 7, which is really close, to the actual animal that is? Wait, maybe it's not actually an animal that is a specific animal. Maybe it's just like a word related to animals. Maybe it isn't one specific animal. Yeah, what about farm? No. What about meat? No. So fur, food, pet, animal. Like pet is also somewhat close though. Animal is closer than pet though. So maybe it could be a pet. Maybe is it an animal or not? What about human? What about close? No. So an animal. This seems difficult. I mean, I could just wildly guess animals now, but I mean, there's a lot of animals. What about... So farm was somewhat far away. Meat as well. Pet animal. What about like... Digestion, close, swim, fly, can't farm meat. Yeah, what about Sue? Sue is further away than pet. But it's also pretty high up. Let's just put some animals. Cat is further away. No, dog is further away than cat, so I guess it's like maybe just what about a hamster? Hamster's further away than... Okay, let's just do a bunch. What about a mouse? Okay, mouse bargain. I feel like I mean, it can't be a tiger, right? I mean, it could be, but... Yeah. It can't be a lizard. Like, it has... It seems to have fur, probably. It can be in a zoo and it can be a pet. It's an animal, or like it's related to animals. Doesn't even have to be an animal, right? What about? this kind of difficult. Raccoon. Wow, how's a raccoon that far away again? Okay, now I'm confused. Why is a raccoon this far away from what they're looking for? That's interesting. What about veterinarian? 25. Okay. What about... Rat. A rat is closer than a mouse. Why? A veterinarian has... Rabbit. Ooh, a rabbit is real close. Ish. Guys, I don't think it's a fish. Because swim is all the way at the bottom here, you know? Maybe it's a job. It could be. It could be a job. It could be a job related to animals in some way, shape or form. A pet doctor, I already have this. It's veterinarian, which is here, 75. Yeah, I could be eating the animals. I don't think so, because meat is here at the bottom. Meat is through the 10. And food is 170, so it is definitely somehow like... what if it's rabbit? What if it's a carrot? Wait, how do you write carrot? Oh, okay, it's not a carrot. Farm is also somewhat far away-ish. So I don't think it's a farm animal. Because if it was a farm animal, then farm would be a bit closer, I think, right? This is interesting. What is this? Zoo is so far up. Pet rabbit animal? What if it's like a... what if it's... Try cage? I mean... I assume it is like a... It has something to do with like a smaller animal, I guess. Or transportation or something. Veterinarian is 75. No, we already had farm. Farm is a little bit further away. Breeder. Breeding, okay. Domestication. Okay. Oh my god, what? So we have cage, breeder, zoo, rabbits. What about A shelter, animal shelter. Is there a word for that? That is one word? Because I can only do one word. What? Sanctuary? Shelter. Rescue? Eh. Sterilization. Okay. Puppy. I don't think it's a reptile. If fur is 219. I mean, it could be, but I don't think so. And rabbit is 31. Hunter. A hunter's kind of a... I might as well try fish. Okay. There you go. What does a cage have to do with a fish? Why is it fish and a cage? Are there cage fish? What if it's a shark? Wait, how does shark fit into all of this? Oh my god, guys, it's a shark. A beast? What if it's oh shit. That's a lot of O's. What if it's a movie? Finding Nemo. Oh shit. What if it's a blue whale? A whale. What if it's fish food? Coral reef. Oh my god, what is this? What if it's a aquarium? Oh god, it's not such a... So aquarium is closer than zoo though. Fish tank. Tank. Wait, fish tank. Is that a word? No. Water. Bowl. Octopus. God, what is this? Why is breeding so far up? I guess, oh, a turtle. I guess the question is, why is a rabbit so far up? Is it a crocodile? They eat rabbits, probably. What about a seagull? I know it's probably... Duck. Alligator. What is this? What if it's just like a lake? Oh, the sea. Ocean? Okay, it's a sea. Okay, what is this? Oh my god, beach. No, what is this, guys? Rabbit, alligator, aquarium, turtle, crocodile, fish, animal. What's this? Species. Okay. So I think it's like a generalized word, right? Because if all of the like specific words are further away, and animal is 7 and mammal is 4, then it's probably like something very generic. Yeah, would reptile also be close? Oh, it is reptile. All right. Oh my god. Look at that. God, it took us so fucking long. Reptile mammal. I guess it's a bit strange because the word is reptile, right? But then there's some animals that are really high up that are obviously not reptiles, like a rabbit. But that's because reptiles can eat rabbits, right? But then some animals are further away. Like this is really strange. I guess you can get very misled by how this game works. Because like mouse, for example, is 284. And I'm sure reptiles eat mice. Right? And then I guess a tiger. Well, maybe a tiger's not that's related, but duck is also like pretty far away. And swimming is far away, even though a lot of reptiles can swim. Right? So this can be very misleading, I guess. Sanctuary. What does sanctuary have to do with a reptile? And a horse. What does a horse have to do with a reptile? This is weird. That's the AI side of it, yeah. Nice. Okay, congrats on your 1,000 days played. Yeah, and the lake was also really far away. Yeah, you're right. Lake was really far away. Even though I guess there are reptiles in lakes for sure. Also, ocean was pretty far away too. Yeah, this is a little bit interesting. I had 59 guesses. That's a lot of guesses. Alright, guys. Let's finally play some video games. We got beaten by the game. Richard Megabonk? No, what is that? Wait, can I upgrade some stuff? Let's see. Wait. Oh, yeah, let's upgrade this maybe first. Upgrade. Guys, I think I don't even have a second. Oh, no, I do. No, I don't. I'm actually missing a second embellishment. God, my character sucks. My gear's horrible. What a nightmare, guys. My gear's so bad. We need valor points. Wait, is there actually an easy way to farm valor points somehow? The belt is... Yeah, I don't have a different... Oh, wait, I have a myth belt. Wait, where did this belt come from? Should probably equip that. I guess we have another belt, guys. Good. Can I upgrade this for free? Probably not. Ugh. Just a spare myth belt hanging around. Yeah, you know how it is. Let's do some dungeons to get valor. If we manage to actually complete the keys is the problem, I guess. It's so cold in here. Who made it so cold? Come closer. Delete valor cells? Yeah. When we're gonna delete Valor Stones? Did they like announce something about it, or is this ever gonna happen? When is the deletion of Valor Stones? If that finally happens, I'm gonna pop a bottle of champagne. In midnight, finally! Can I just do it now already? So we can play the game? Oh my god, I need coffee. I'm yawning. So good. Oh, I got invited. Nice, let's do it. Let's play video games. Alright. Dun, dun, dun. I guess the problem with the bootcamp is I'm not actually getting invited to high keys with my gear and stuff. So the highest keys I can do is like 14s. Or maybe. The last time I did bootcamps, I was able to do a little bit higher keys. But I guess 14s in comparison is pretty low, no? But I mean, it is what it is. What can I do? Let me see what the highest keys is that people are doing. Yeah, 22s, 21s. Yeah, I guess it would be nice if we could do like 18s or something. 17, 18 for the bootcamp, but I don't think I'll get invited to those keys. Also, probably just gonna die. Man, I'm cold, and I kind of, like, I know if I start walking, I wouldn't be cold anymore, but I'm too cold to start walking. You know what I mean? It's too cold, so I just want to be close to the heater and just sit there. Let it go. Hey, Germbach, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you very much. I think my item level was also maybe a little bit too low to do high keys anyway. I don't know how much item level I need, but maybe more than what I have. Probably more than what I have. And maybe a second embellishment would be nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, four,
So in high keys, are people actually like playing the meta completely? It's actually so interesting to me because at the start of the season, people kept saying how nice it is with the balancing currently and that everything is just viable. But I think now that the people have, played a bit more, I think it definitely looks like there's a method that has been established that is not very flexible as people said initially. At least from the MDI is what I like from the MDI times. I don't know if it's a bit different in the on live servers. But it looks to be somewhat same-ish. On like the Red Arrow as well. Our tank has died because a loyal beast went off. We're fine though, we're fine. Nothing happens. Yeah, so from what I see from Radar, it looks like it's the meta is like it's not like super one-sided, but I definitely see a lot of similar classes, like a lot of Prod Warrior. A lot of Rest Shaman, Hunters, Demon Hunters, and DKs, I guess is what it seems right now. My tank died again. Well, shit. Well, man. Yeah, it's either Rest Shaman or Elemental Shaman. Depending on the rest of the group. Well, shit. we tried, I guess we tried. But yeah, this is what I see here. So it's not like super one-sided, I guess. I guess if we click on, let's do 18 and up. 18 and up, you can see DPS is mainly like, it's a lot of DKs, a lot of Hunters, a lot of Havoc, and a lot of Mage. And the rest is like somewhat. And I guess there's also a decent amount of Elemental Shaman, Fury Warrior, and then the rest is just like meh. And then healers, it's almost exclusively Rest Shaman and Rest Druid. And for tank, it's almost exclusively Prot Paladin, Prot Warrior. So it's because this is just so interesting to me because I swear this is like the literal proof. To see this meta kind of evolve is the literal proof that we don't know what's going to be good at the start of the season, you know? Like, you know, before a season even starts, people already ask, hey, Naguura, what's going to be the best damage dealer next season? What's going to be the best tank? What's blah, blah, blah. And the thing is, like, literally nobody ever knows. And then people always say, but there's this other content creator made the tier list that they play beta all the time and they play PTR all the time. And it's like, yeah, but did they say this is going to be what it is? Like, did they predict this? Did they actually tell you that this is true? I mean, we could check out. Should we do some investigation and actually check out some tier lists from content creators and see if they managed to figure this out? Tier list. Season 3. Let's see if we find any tier lists. Maybe we do YouTube. YouTube. Season 3 tier list. Let's see what we find. Two months ago. Is that too early? Too late, I mean? Okay, let's watch the Tettles video first. Let's see what Tettles said.
Troverò ogni singolo membro dei 6 di Yotei. Confortevole calore.
That's fun, yeah, that's fun.
Sensualità. Ultralight con cashmere, solo da intimissimi.
All right, so about a week ago, I released a tier list talking about what I thought the meta DPS were very solid. But yeah, that's
Okay. Okay, so this is Tettles tier list. Wait. Let's put this here and this here, so we can actually see. Okay, DPS. So Frosty K is by far the best, and he put it here. So he wasn't wrong about Frosty K, at least, yeah? Like, Frosty K definitely is meta, and he also put it up there. So he definitely wasn't wrong about Frosty K. Then we have BM Hunter, which he put in A- tier, which obviously now that if we see this now, then Num S tier would be Frosty K, BM Hunter, Havoc, and Arcane. They would all be A S tier, right? And then Elemental, Fury, and Destruction Warlock would be A tier, and the rest would just be like C and D tier, I guess, B, C, D, or whatever. So with BM Hunter, he like, it's not that he was like completely off, right? But he was also not. He didn't predict that it's gonna be like meta, right? Then with Havoc, he also has it at A-, and with Arcane, he has it at A. So with Frost and Arcane, he was good. With Rogue, he was completely off. Davivoker was also completely off. And Elemental Shaman, he was a bit off, I guess. So, like, he also talks about potential comp here, where he was kind of saying that Prot Paladin, Brewmaster, or Vengeance. It ended up, Prot Paladin was like correct. He also put Prot Warrior in D tier, which is funny because that is completely off, right? And he also put Arrested Druid in D tier, which is also completely off, of course. So yeah, that's completely off here. And then Brewmaster and Vengeance is also completely off in S tier. Yeah, I don't know, like, obviously, like, I'm not even trying to, yeah, I'm obviously not trying to say that Tettles, like, I'm not trying to talk shit about Tettles. What I'm trying to say is that obviously Tettles couldn't have known, right? Like, because it's not possible to know. So, I'm just trying to debunk, like, tier lists, right? Because, yeah, I mean, like, literally the fucking smartest person in the world that has all of the information that we had back then wouldn't have been able to make a tier list that was actually predicting this meta that we have. Like, literally, like, not even really possible. So, unless you can see the fucking future. So, yeah, even with Tettles having all the knowledge that he has, he was not able to actually predict the tier list properly. The one thing you can take away from this is, like, let's say you're a person that really cares about tier lists and that would have chosen their spec according to his tier list. See, you could have been lucky and chose Arcane Mage or Frosty K and you would have been good. Like, if you look at this tier list, right? It's like, what do you play? I guess you choose one of the specs that are in A, right? So I guess you had like a 20%. It's more. It's like you had a 40% chance to pick a good spec that ended up actually being good. Because if you played Arcane Mage or Frosty K, you would have been really good off. But then you also had a really high chance of playing a spec that would have been complete garbage, right? That nobody would have invited. Because if you ended up playing Rogue or Davivoker, then you'd have a bad time. So I guess my conclusion is to say that you really shouldn't be looking at tier lists when it comes to choosing the spec that you want to play. Because, like, what if you end up playing Davivoker because, you know, you see, oh, Davivoker is A tier. And then you can see the actual, like, stats here. There's only 79 Devastation Evokers that managed to do a key above 18. Right? Now let's look at another tier list, because we're not only talking about Tettles tier list, we're obviously talking about all kinds of tier lists. This is Kalamaz's tier list. Let's see what he says.
Sta andando avanti da 5 ore di fila. Meno male investe automaticamente, così ha più tempo per...
Intrattenerci?
Già.
Investi automaticamente ogni mese con il piano di accumulo di BG Saxo.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Kalamazzi. So, probably lean a bit more like for that. Can't really go wrong with either. But I shaman.
Okay, what is he saying here? He's like moving
Fury,
stuff
Fury
around
arms,
a
maybe
lot.
if you wanted. I mean, not like insane, obviously, but if you're bringing like for that larger.
Okay, so let's look at his tier list. So he has Frosty Kid and Arcane Mage at the top. So that's good. Like that's pretty good. Then he does have VM Hunter on A+ tier as well, which is also not bad. And he has Havoc at A+. So all in all, like, not even that bad. And if you ended up playing Fire Mage, okay, Fire Mage, of course, not doing that well, but then you already play a mage. Like, let's say you end up choosing Fire Mage because Kalamasi says that Fire Mage is good. Well, then, like, the worst case scenario, you go Arcane, right? So, I guess that wouldn't have been the end of the world. Now, obviously, the rest of the tier list is not necessarily, he put Fury Warrior in C tier. And Fury Warrior is pretty much... Fury Warrior is actually... It would be A+ tier, I guess. Both Elemental Shaman, which he put at B, and Fury Warrior that he put at C, are now at A+, kind of. So I guess he was pretty wrong about Shaman and about Warrior. And for Warlock, where did he put Destro? So he was also pretty wrong about Destro. I guess about Warlock in general, he was wrong because he put Demo on A+, when Destro is like the spec to play. Did he put Affliction anywhere? I don't see it. Oh, he put Affliction A as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so generally, like, it's not that it was completely wrong, right? Like, Frosty K and Mage is definitely up there. So I guess if you went off of Kalamasi's tier list and only looked at the S specs, if you ignored the rest of the tier list, then you probably ended up with a good spec. So, not that bad, but you have to ignore the rest of the... Because, like, imagine you main a Fury Warrior, and you switch to another class because you saw that Kalamasi put it on C tier. Right? Like, think about this. Like, let's say you're a Fury Warrior main, and you're like, oh, fuck, we're never meta, like, what should I do? And then you watch this video, and you're like, fuck, Fury Warrior's gonna be bad again? And then you switch to another class, and then it turns out Fury Warrior was actually kind of good. Like, that would have been kind of shitty, right? If you think about it. In the end, you can always reroll, right? But, yeah. Season 3 tier list. Let's see if there's another tier list. Petco always has tier lists.
What's up?
Let's see if he has one. There. Yeah, Petco also has a tier list.
What's up, YouTube? Welcome to the very final update on our tier list for patch 11.2. Asarock, like does Asarock like my...
Okay. So this is Petco's tier list. Keep in mind, Petco does tier lists all the time, and people always claim... Nothing against Petco, right? But the amount of people that always say, but Petco plays PTR so much. He knows everything. And whenever I say that the tier lists are stupid, then people always bring up that Petco spends so much time, like, doing his research and whatever, and, like, I keep trying to tell people that, like, it doesn't matter. But, yeah, so let's take a look at Petco's tier list. Petco, the one that makes a million tier lists, that always is, like, doing a lot of research, and which is good, by the way. Like, Petco does, like, a lot of good work for this kind of stuff. But, yeah, looking at Petco's tier list, he puts Rogue, Arcane, Frost Mage as a damage dealer to S+, which... Rogue was obviously wrong by quite a lot. And Frostmage was obviously wrong too. But he puts Arcane up there, which, and again, I'm going to give him the same thing as I gave to Kalamasi. Kalamasi also put Fire Mage top, which is not true, but it doesn't matter as much, right? Because let's say somebody mains Frost Mage because they see this tier list. Well, the worst thing is you have to play Arcane, whatever. At least you play the correct class already, right? So I think that's not that big of a deal. If somebody starts maining Rogue because they see S+ Rogue here, then they are fucked. Because obviously Rogue is not doing that hot. On the meta tier list, at least. Then, he puts Vengeance Demon Hunter really up here, which we also know is obviously wrong. Which again, he could have fucked quite a few tanks if they end up going Vengeance. In general, he puts Prod Warrior and Prod Paladin A+, which is fine. But obviously we know that those are the best tanks now. And he puts Brewmaster and Vengeance Demon Hunter over the other tanks, which could have meant that some tanks ended up playing something wrong, I guess. Then we have Resto up here, which is good, because Resto obviously is doing really well. He didn't put Resto Shaman. Oh, Resto Shaman is like the best candidate, so that's good. Yeah, he does have the Resto Shaman here. Let's see if he was completely off about something. I guess he was pretty off about Fury Warrior. Yeah, Fury Warrior is really off. And then I guess, where's BM Hunter? Am I blind? Where did he put BM Hunter? Oh, here. Like here. Okay. Yeah, so BM Hunter seems to be fine up here as well. And then he has Arcane here, has Frost here too. The thing is, like, there's so many specs that aren't the best candidate. It's like, okay, well... It's like, yeah, like there's just so many specs. Like Feral is here, which obviously is not doing good. Shadow Priest is here. Dev Invoker is here. Like Disc Priest, like Affliction Warlock. You know, like the amount of specs that are here that are obviously not close to being meta now is like a lot, right? So it's like, yeah, yeah. I don't know, like. That's the point, yeah. Like, the whole point that I'm trying to make, which I already made a million times, is that like, tier lists are not really something that you should really care for that much. Like, one thing that I think tier lists are really good for is when you watch the whole thing. Like, if you actually watch about, like, the whole thing and you hear their people's opinions about it and what they're saying about it, that's good and all, right? But you should never take a tier list and, like, actually decide what you're maining. Because, again, like, look how many people put Fury Warrior all the way at the bottom. Which, Fury Warrior is doing pretty well. Fury Warrior is obviously not, like, the meta spec right now, but if you main a Fury Warrior, then, of course, this season you should have stayed Fury Warrior. Like, you should not have re-rolled to another spec if you main a Fury Warrior. Because this season is actually pretty good for them, right? Same goes with like the tanks. Like if you played Prod Warrior, a lot of people put you really low on the tier list when Prod Warrior ended up being like really, really good, right? So it's like, also you should also never just go off this tier list, like, because a lot of people put Rogue all the way up to S+ tier, like best of the best, right? And we now know that, you know, Rogue is not really played at all. If anything, it's sub-Rogue that is being played. There's actually a decent amount of sub-Rogues. But yeah, Acer Rogue and Outlaw are nowhere to be seen when some of these people put Acer Rogue like really far up. Oh, it's actually Tettles that put... Yeah. Again, it's not that these people don't have a clue what they're talking about. Of course, they know what they're talking about. Like they actually know stuff. It's just that it's impossible to know what's going to be meta because no one fucking knows what's going to be meta, even weeks into the patch. In fact, I might even find a later tier list that was only a month ago where people still didn't know what the meta is going to be. Like even like 3 weeks after the patch came out or 4 weeks after the patch came out, people might still not actually have predicted the meta properly. Because the meta that we have now only kind of established within the last like maybe like month, even though the patch has been out for like 2 months already, right? I actually want to see if there's a later tier list. Maybe like a month ago. Okay, well, okay, so Petco made another tier list a month ago. I'm interested to see if he like, if at that point it was already established. I mean, I'm not looking at like super recent ones because of course at that point, if you're looking at a like if you make a tier list like a week ago, at that point we don't need a tier list anymore.
7.
Because like, I could make a tier list right now. I can just read off the data. Like, I can make a tier list and be like, so what's good? And then I just read off the fucking radar data, you know? Wait, should I do that? That'd be fun. Maybe I just make tier lists, but only after the meta has already established, and I just read off fucking radar data and be like, hey guys. So I predicted all of this.
Of September. And as soon as it does, I'll make a video as always.
Okay, there we go. So now that's his meta breakpoint that he's got from a month ago, where he does have everything up here that is now meta. Okay, so 1 month ago he now does have like the meta comp that he has established. The only thing I guess, why does he still have Fury Warrior all the way down there? Like, why does he have Elemental up here and Fury Warrior down here? That's the only thing that is weird. That is weird, I guess. But yeah, like everything else he did already figure out at that point. Yeah, this is like a month ago at this point, where we definitely had some more information. I don't think it was as clear as it is now what the meta is. Like now that we have the MDI and everything, like now it's pretty clear. But so I think a month ago it wasn't as clear, but it definitely, you can see like it was definitely a bit clearer. So yeah. I think Fury War doesn't fit well. Yeah, Fury War definitely doesn't fit if you have a, like, especially if you have a Prod Warrior as a tank, you don't want to play Fury Warrior, right? Like, that makes sense. But it's kind of the same with Elemental Shaman, right? If you have a Raster Shaman, you don't want to play Elemental Shaman. So that's also, like, comp dependent. I mean, comp dependent is generally a little bit of a weird category, in my opinion, because almost everything is comp dependent. Right? Like, there's some specs that you would play no matter what if they do, like, an insane amount of damage. But, like, let's say, for example, let's say Frost Decay and Unholy Decay are really good, damage-wise. But Frost Decay is better. Then you probably don't see Frost Decay and Unholy Decay in the same group. You probably see Frost Decay. Even though Unholy Decay might do more damage than most other specs in the game, you still don't really want to play 2 DKs, probably. So that would be comp dependent then, even though Unholy Decay is really good. Also, let's say Blood Decay is doing pretty well. But why the hell would you play a Blood Decay if Frost Decay is as good as it is, right? Then you probably don't want to play Blood Decay. Even if Blood Decay is doing similar to, let's say, Prod Paladin, then you would still not want to play Blood DK if you already have a DK in your group. So that would also, like, generally everything is kind of comp dependent a little bit. Sriracha, thank you so much for 10 months. What's up? How are you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some classes fit more comps than others. Sure, but I don't, like, it's not like Fury Warrior generally doesn't fit, right? Like, Fury Warrior fits just fine in Sarcom. As long as you don't have a Prod Warrior. Like, that's the only thing, right? But then again, if the Blood DK did 30% more damage than a Warrior, you probably run Blood and Frost. I am not sure. I don't think so. It's generally really unlikely to double up on classes. It would have to be really strong. Like, a class would have to be, or a spec would have to be quite a lot stronger than the other class for you to run 2 of the same classes. because of the amount of utility and buffs that you're missing out on, right? Not to say that it's impossible. Like, of course, running 2 of the same class is something that you can do, but yeah, like for you to run 2 of the same class would have to mean that they are quite a bit stronger than the rest of their like role. Yeah, Lilith. Do you remember Triple Hunter in BFA? I don't think that would happen anymore now. I don't think people would run triple anymore because of class buffs. I think in BFA we didn't have that many class buffs yet. Class buffs definitely changed the way people play like in plus comps nowadays. Because there's a certain... Like, it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Like, for example, Mark of the Wild. Like, Mark of the Wild is a versatility buff for the whole group, which means everyone does more damage, right? So for you to not bring a druid needs to be so much worse compared to the other specs that you make up for the missing Mark of the Wild. Like, it's actually somewhat simple math, right? But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, to bring 2 of the same, you need, like, they need to be so much better to make up for the missing class buff that you're missing, plus the missing utility as well, right? And then, of course, it also matters a little bit about like survivability and stuff, because if there's a class that is really good damage-wise, but they die to everything that just looks at them, then they probably are also going to lose a little bit of value, right? Not to mention, you have to care a little bit about your interrupts and stuff too. Like, let's say Priest is meta, like Heal Priest. Then you don't have an interrupt from your healer, right? So you have to think about, okay, are we going to be able to play this? Like, what does the comp need to look like so we have enough interrupts? Because if we have to pull small packs because we can't interrupt, then that's a problem, right? Or do we just play with AoE interrupts? Do we just run a bunch of AoE interrupts and then just play with that? Or like what this would do? It kind of has to like just all work together, right? So, now that we yapped about comms, let's go back to not getting Valor points. That's why rogues will never be meta again. I do think that rogues will do have a hard time being meta because they lack quite a bit of... Well, there's one scenario, in my opinion, where rogues are gonna be good. And that's the reason why they were good in the first place to begin with, all the way back in BFA. And that's like single target interrupts, disrupts. Like if for whatever reason you need like a shit ton of single target stops. Like if AoE stops don't work, if you need single target stops, then that's where rogues are like really good, right? Because rogues can single-handedly like interrupt like a million individual casts, right? But rogues don't have AoE interrupts necessarily, and rogues don't have like good class buffs. So yeah. So rogues utility is definitely like, yeah, if you need single target interrupts, then you kind of go with rogues. And other than that, you can, yeah. Skips, yeah, but you don't need them for skip. You don't need rogues for skips. You have other classes that can do skips as well. Same with Warrior? Nah, I disagree. Warrior has AP Shout. AP Shout is definitely a valuable class buff. Somebody invite me. Oh shit. What are we doing? How's Atonement? 17! Let's go! Yes, guys! 17! There's no way that'll go wrong. Oh my god, guys. This needs to be the key level we do when Tettles is here. MDI's keeping the format from last season, right? I actually just don't know. I mean, I would assume they do keep it, but I don't know, like, if there's any updates. Somebody look it up for me. Let me remember something real quick. Okay, let's start walking. I'm actually freezing my fingers off. I can't play this video game with this cold in here. The Beast Monk doesn't seem too strong, but the Heal Monk is quite strong. Are they? Are monks strong in general right now? Oh, you mean Ras Druid?
5, 4,
Okay, I'm confused.
2, 1.
Alright, let's do this, guys. Do you think I can do a 17? Or do we deplete first pull? What are the odds that we can do just like
4,
one clap?
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so far so good. I'm not dead yet. Unfortunately, our hunter did die. Aua. Holy DK damage, what is this? I get it now. Jesus. Okay, I understand, It all makes sense. Wow. Press more buttons, or I'm pressing all the buttons I have. I didn't know you can pull this without the obliterators. Wait, that makes so much sense. Hey, study time! What's up? How you doing, Gia? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for raid, Gia. Appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. Welcome, guys. Man, you just caught me in a high stress situation. I'm currently doing some high key levels. I get invited by a group that is doing higher stuff than I usually do, and now I have to focus. Oh God. I'm trying to keep up with the rest of this group. Other people would say I'm getting carried right now, but of course that we all know that's not actually true. I'm carrying them. Everybody make sure you give Study Time a follow. She's an IRL streamer from Italy as well. We did a stream together once when she was here in Südtirol. You have to come back again. We need to go skiing or snowboarding. Yeah. I just recently got done with my cyclothon. I did a whole like cycling marathon thing. It ended up going pretty well. I cycled for 14 days across like northern Italy. I was at Lake Garda, Lake Iseo, Como, and then I cycled back over like the Donale Pass, like in Sondrio and stuff. And I was in Brescia. I didn't know Brescia is actually kind of pretty. It's kind of nice. Didn't know that. Hey Crystal, thanks for 61 months. What's up? How you doing? So yeah, sorry. I guess usually when you get hosted, you introduce yourself, but I was busy trying not to die in this group. Yeah. But yeah, my name is Caroline, or Naguura. I'm also Italian. I'm from Südtirol. My first language is German, though. That's why I don't sound Italian, and my Italian is also not very good. I'm trying my best. And I'm a WoW gamer, but I also do a lot of IRL streams around Italian Alps. Oh, I'm so dead. Woo. I'm alive. And then I go cycling a lot, I go skiing, do all kinds of outdoorsy stuff. And then when I play games, I play WoW mostly, but I also play some variety games. Gonna play some Fellowship when it comes out this week. I was also thinking about doing some horror games, since it is October. It's the spooky season. David, thank you so much for 5 sub gifts. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. Thank you very, very, very much. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my. Welcome to Xandra, Nocturnia, Nightwing, Parker, Wicked, and Philip. Oh god, almost died. Jesus. Guys, are you seeing that I'm actually doing a decent amount of damage? You seeing this? You're watching this, right? Fake damage. Grüße aus Wien nach Südtirol. Dankeschön, David. Oh, danke. God, I haven't been to Vienna in forever. I've actually only ever been in Vienna, like at the airport once. Like I was taking the train to Vienna to the airport. So I never actually visited Vienna properly. I guess I should go to Vienna once. See what it's all about. Have a Sachertorte and a Wiener Schnitzel. Some Mozartkugel. What else do you guys have? Guten Morgen. Döner. Yeah, that's probably from Vienna, yeah. Mozart Kugel. Are they not? Like, I never liked them. Because they're filled with marzipan, right? The Mozart balls, they're filled with marzipan, right? I'm not a big fan of marzipan. Food question mark? Oh yeah, we do love food. We do love food in here, guys. What? Are you kidding? This is... I might have been a little bit in the wrong spot around here. Only see words that sound like food. Oh, now I understand. Yeah, those were all foods. I mean, Wiener Schnitzel you definitely heard before, right? It's just like in English people just call it Schnitzel, but the correct, what people mean is Wiener Schnitzel. I guess actually good lore. I think a lot of people don't know this actually. Like in German, when you refer to a breaded like breaded piece of meat, it's usually referred to as Wiener Schnitzel. And Wien is just a German word for Vienna. So it's like a Viennese schnitzel, I guess. And then, of course, it also depends what kind of meat it is, because, don't call it Wiener Schnitzel if it's not the correct meat, guys. Otherwise, they're gonna come for you. They're gonna arrest you. The Wiener Schnitzel police is coming for you. If it's not veal. It better be fucking a veal schnitzel. How dare you use turkey? If it's turkey, they will fucking arrest you. But anyway, so so that type of schnitzel, you say Wiener Schnitzel in German usually. And then Sachertorte, that is a cake, like a chocolate cake. Oh shit. Okay, wait, this is bad. Okay, whatever. Man, I really need to bind my innervate. I see my healer's but my innervate isn't bound. Oh wait, it is! I have it on 6. What is it, 6? Oh wait, never mind. I didn't innovate it themselves. Yes, it's like a chocolate cake with like a jam filling and like a chocolate ganache on top. And it's called Sacher. S-A-C-H-E-R. Pretty famous. I think that one is from Vienna too, if I'm not mistaken. And then I was also talking about Mozart balls, which is just like tiny chocolates that are named after Mozart. And I guess they're also pretty famous in Austria, Vienna. And I think they're like chocolate balls filled with marzipan? Or is it like rum? Or is it rum and marzipan? Are you doing a walkathon now? No. I did actually one. I actually, like, this walking path that I'm walking on right now, I got this like a year ago. And I started walking while playing, you know, just kind of, you know, making sure I'm getting some steps in when I'm sitting on my PC all day. Better than sitting around, I guess. I was thinking it would be nice to get some steps, some, you know, moving a little bit. And then I kind of like walked more and more and more. Like this is like the typical gamer mentality that I have. Like I'm like a competitive person, right? And I feel like I always want to do better and better and better. I like do more and more and more. And I ended up walking more every day. It was like at some point I was just walking all day. I was doing hours of walking. And then at some point people were like, it was something like people were saying, wait, how much are you walking every day? Like, you should walk like 100 kilometers. No, yeah, people said you should walk 100 kilometers in like 24 hours or whatever. And I was like, deal. Challenge accepted. So yeah, I ended up walking 100 kilometers in 24 hours while playing video games. There's a YouTube video on my YouTube channel about it if you want to watch it. That was actually like really hard. Like, I was walking for how many hours? Like, 22 hours or so? Or 20 hours at least. I was just non-stop walking for like 20 hours. It was crazy. Like, I was actually so... Like, I was so fucked up. That was actually really messed up. I was so fucking tired of walking. It was horrible. That was a really bad idea. It was a bad idea. The really weird thing about that was that like while I walked those 100 kilometers, I like my legs hurt so much at the end of that day. Like I could like barely move. Like it was really bad. But then the next day, my legs were actually like really fine again. It's almost like they forgot about it. The next day, it was really like. The next day, I went for a walk with my mom. Like, yeah, I just went outside and went for a walk. Even though the day before, I thought I can't go up the stairs anymore. Like, it was really bad. Naguura was like, hold my beer. Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. Is there food you never had but really want to try? Not really. No. I mean, I would like to try all. Like the thing is, like, there's many foods I haven't tried from like different countries, you know, that aren't like super famous foods, you know. It's like local dishes from, I don't know, like Chile or like. You know what I mean? Like, I would definitely like to try all kinds of different kinds of foods and different countries, like traditions, which you can't really get. But I don't know anything specific. Like, I would like to try those foods, but I don't know like a specific dish that I would like try or that I would want. But if I know the foods, then I probably, like, I would have tried it at some point, you know what I mean? Usually the problem is that you just don't know that the food exists. Like, there might be lots of food that I really like, but I don't know that it exists. Because if I know it exists, I probably would have, like, ordered it somewhere. Actually, a question about the M Hunter and Frosty K. Do either of them like have any kind of funnel damage? And I mean true funnel. I guess I can ask Tettles this question later. But I mean, like, do they gain single target damage from having other targets around, like your Cane Mage kinda? Hey Camshrats, thanks for 5 months. What's up? How you doing? They don't, okay. Okay. So if I'm in a group with a BM Hunter and a DK, then I guess we just want to AoE, or like I don't have to like hold back my cleave or anything necessarily, because like, it's not that they gain any kind of damage, I guess. No, I actually won't go to TwitchCon. I've never been to American TwitchCon before, but it's just so far, you know? Like I feel like I would love to go, but I feel like I can't really go unless there's like something else as well. Like to fly to America just for TwitchCon, unless like without any other thing that I have going on, feels a bit of a, it just feels so far. Like maybe if there was like something else I could do at the same time, or if there's, you know, something else, some other opportunity or whatever that I can just do like two things at the same time, or like 3 things, then yeah, maybe. But just TwitchCon, I don't know. Like it's so far away. So on high keys, how do you play the mini boss? Like what do you do? Do you just, if you have a Frosty K and a Moonkin and a VM Hunter, you just LS and Lust, okay. Okay. I guess we're doing that. So I guess you use cooldowns after the first heal goes up, otherwise you're just wasting your damage, kinda. Homemade cream with diced ham? Wait, what do you mean homemade cream? Like, what the fuck's homemade cream? Like... From your own cows, or like? Homemade as in you don't buy the cream pre-made store-bought. Are you talking about whipped cream? Because you kind of have to buy cream, right? Like, I'm confused. Like, do you just mean like whipping the cream yourself, or like? Like, we're talking about heavy cream, right? This seems interesting, this minibus. Why is, like, this is how you play this boss in high keys? How, wait, isn't this stupid? This seems just stupid. How are we supposed to kill him? It takes like half a year. Wait, this is just how you play because you have an arcane mage, right? This must be an arcane mage strategy. I think this is such an arcane mage strategy. There's just no way this is worth it. Oh my god, we're doing it. It's happening, it's happening! Oh my god. I guess at this point he drained every soul! There was no more soul left to drain. Oh man. Wow. I guess in hierarchies I actually have to go barefoot for this intermission, like the initial damage. That almost killed me through bark skin. Holy shit. Oh my god, we did it! Let's go! Incredible scenes, guys, incredible. All right, so the boss was way easier, but I don't. Oh yeah, yeah. Having the arrows is like lots easier actually. Yeah, the arrows make it so much easier. It wasn't hard at all in Shadowlands. Oh, I mean, it was definitely a bit hard, yeah. To say that it was, like, not hard is, I think, a little bit of an understatement. It was definitely sometimes hard to see where the statues are facing. Depending on where you were standing, like, the angle was hard to see for sure. Oh, the cream was bechamel sauce. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a little different. So it's just bechamel with ham. Yeah, that's a pretty common. That's just white sauce with ham, yeah. It's good. I'm a big fan of bechamel sauce in general. I love bechamel. That's why lasagna is so good. It's delicious. Never had bechamel sauce? You probably did. Bechamel sauce is in lasagna. Lasagna is bechamel sauce and bolognese sauce. Basically, between the lasagna sheets. What else do you have? Sometimes the pasta sauce is based off of bechamel sauce as well. Like usually, like sometimes white pasta sauce is bechamel sauce with something else added to it. Like either ham or chicken or some cheeses. It's basically just like a basic sauce that you can refine with like other things on top. I think that the base, like bechamel sauce, is just made out of butter, flour, and milk, I think. And then you put spices in it. It's flour, butter, and milk. And the good thing about this stream is I never get hungry listening to it. You're welcome, you're welcome. In my country, we eat lasagna without bechamel, but in ham instead, and call it pistachio. Pasticcio. Yeah, I mean, that's an Italian thing too. Like pasticcio is like a different dish that is basically it's like the gist of it is just similar to lasagna, I guess. It's funny because here where I live in Südtirol, sometimes they call lasagna pasticcio and others call it lasagna. Because I guess a lasagna, like in the theory, I guess, by definition, a lasagna is also a pasticcio. So not like every lasagna is pasticcio, but not every pasticcio is lasagna, right? Pasticcio is Greek. Well, there's also an Italian version that is also called pasticcio. Like I'm currently talking about the Italian pasticcio. But let me see what the definition of pasticcio is. Oh yeah, they make it with like I've actually eaten this. I've eaten this in Greece. I remember eating this in Greece. Because, like, you make it with, like, actual pasta sometimes. Like, the extra, like, I did eat this. I remember actually eating this when I was in Greece. Like, it's basically like a pasta bake. Yeah, I did eat this. I remember. It's, yeah, I guess it's just like a pasta bake, I guess. Good morning, Kalanda. What's up? In Germany, we eat lasagna without pasta, ragu, and bechamel. Instead of with bread, shredded meat, and a choice of very questionable sauces. We probably call it döner. Yeah, right, Calandra? Like, laying out the pasta like this? That's crazy. But I guess usually they don't do it like this coordinated. Usually they just like throw it in there, I would assume. This is abomination? It's just a pasta bake. It's delicious. Look at this. I have to say that I love bechamel sauce, right? So not having the bechamel sauce, a little bit of a downside. I also put bechamel sauce in like just a normal pasta bake as well. Always. If I make like a tuna pasta bake or something, I always like bechamel sauce with tuna and like whatever else. Or bechamel sauce with tomato sauce. It needs to have bechamel sauce because it's delicious. So let's see. When does Tettles come in here? Maybe like an hour and a half. We still have time to do some more keys. We do lasagna here with ham and cheese too. But what does the ham have to do with lasagna? Then then you shouldn't be calling it lasagna though, right? Like, come on, guys. You can't. Well, you can, but like you need to give it like an extra thing. Like, for example, vegetable lasagna or like ham lasagna or whatever. You can't just say lasagna and then put ham in it. What the hell? It is not lasagna anymore. What the hell? Is lasagna like? Ham sanya? Oh, you can't put ham in lasagna, but you can put pineapple on pizza? Yeah! That's literally yes. Yes, literally. Yeah, you literally can. Lasagna is one complete dish. Pizza is just a fucking general word for all different kinds of pizzas. All right, what are we doing? I'm gonna put bacon in my lasagna. Would bacon and lasagna be good? Probably not. It would be too overpowering, I think, the bacon taste. Bacon is good in a lot of things. Don't get me wrong. But probably not in lasagna. I mean, it probably would also be good, but it would definitely taste a lot like bacon. We're not wrong. Yeah, but this is called a ham and cheese lasagna. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm not saying that you can't call something... Like, I'm not saying that you can't make a lasagna with ham and cheese. Like, you totally can put whatever the fuck you want in your lasagna. But then it just, like, you just need to call it that then, you know? Like, if I make a fucking vegetable lasagna, I need to call it a vegetable lasagna. You know? That's all I'm saying. If you make a ham and cheese lasagna, then call it a ham and cheese lasagna. You know? Go for it. It's like calling a cheese toasty if you put ham on it. Now it's a melt. Exactly, yeah. When will there be a pumpkin spice lasagna? Wait, pumpkin lasagna probably is a thing. It's probably a thing. It's probably good. Like pumpkin like sauce with lasagna sheets and some cheese. Probably good. It's probably a thing. There we go, pumpkin lasagna. It's a thing. Yeah. Roasted pumpkin and spinach lasagna. Yeah, why not? Sounds good. Wait, what key was this? Oh, Priory. Also, everything's gonna be pasta, that's true. I'm also a pretty big pumpkin fan. I actually really love pumpkin soup, pumpkin everything. Pumpkin's delicious. And there's one thing I made last year that was so good. Was it pumpkin? Was it pasta? I think I made like a pumpkin like pasta bake or something. I think it was really good. I forgot what exactly. Pumpkin pasta bake. Yeah, I think it was something like that. It was really nice. I loved it. Where's that a new sweater? It is it's a polar bear. He's cute, isn't he? And when I say cute, I mean he's very classy. Look at him. He's classy as fuck. I got my Naguura shirt on today. Nice, Badger. I had a pumpkin soup yesterday. Nice. I like the pastry rolls with pumpkin and cinnamon. I don't think I ever had that, but that sounds good. It's like I rarely ever have pumpkin desserts because it's not like super common to have pumpkin desserts here. Like for example, like pumpkin pie is something that is like doesn't really exist. Generally, pies don't really exist here. The only thing we do is like that comes close to like a pie, I guess, would be like costata. I guess it's like somewhat like it's like a short crust kind of like jam pastry that is like I guess somewhat close to pumpkin to pies, but not really. Yeah, pie's not really something that people make around here, which sucks because they look delicious. I still have I made a pie dough once, and then I had leftovers, and I still have it in my freezer from like 3 years ago or something. Okay, maybe not 3 years ago, but at least 2 years ago, like a short crust or whatever it's called. Short crust dough. I assume it's probably not good anymore now. I probably should throw it away. You do a lot of cardio that I've seen. Are you working towards a goal? If so, what? I am not working towards any goal, no. And I'm also, like, I'm walking, like, I'm just walking, right? Like, I'm not doing any kind of cardio right now. I'm just walking. I don't think walking is considered cardio. In my opinion, at least, it's not. I'm just walking because, in my opinion, it's better to walk a little bit than to just sit around all day, you know? When you're sitting on a computer all day, then sometimes it's just nicer to stand up sometimes or to take a walk sometimes.
5,
But I generally do a lot of cardio because obviously, like,
2,
I'm cycling a lot, or I did cycle a lot. But yeah, that's just for fun. I do, of course, also want to be, like, fit and healthy generally. Like, I guess that's... Most people would like to be fit and healthy. But yeah, no specific, like, goal or anything. What?
AOE.
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 Aua. Jesus.
AoE.
Yeah, the next cyclothon will be next year. It's winter coming up, it's gonna be cold and stuff, you know. I will of course still do IRL
AoE.
streams, but... What? Yeah, in the winter I'll go skiing and sledding and all, and hiking and that
AoE.
kind of stuff, but no, like, not cycling. It's too cold. Too cold to cycle around here. And if I would do cyclothons all the time, then it wouldn't be special anymore.
AoE.
So, gotta space them out a bit, you know? Can't just do back-to-back cyclothon. Will Moonkin be more tanky in midnight? Yeah, I think Moonkin might actually be pretty tanky in midnight. Because Moonkin does not really, like, Moonkin doesn't gain any defensives necessarily. I think we get a little bit tankier than what we are right now. But most other classes get less tanky. So it's not that we are gaining defensives, but other people are losing defensives. Which I think in comparison would make us tankier again. Because in the end, it always depends how tanky the other classes are, right? Like if other classes have 80% DR at all times, and you only have 60% DR at all times, then 60% DR at all times would be bad. But if everyone else has 20% DR at all times, and you have 60, well then 60 would be really good, right? So it always depends on how tanky the other classes are. And if all other classes are losing defensives and we are staying the same, or maybe gaining even a little, then we might actually become tankier than most other classes. But we're gonna have to see how it turns out. You haven't made a video about the upcoming add-on changes. Are you even planning to do that? What kind of video would you want me to do? Like just my opinion about it, or? Just my opinion. No, I mean, I haven't made a video, but like, I mean, I could, in theory, make a video. But not anytime soon, because I'm uploading a video, or I actually already uploaded a video about Fellowship. I don't know if you guys have seen, but I uploaded my opinion about Fellowship. And just generally, like, my thoughts about the beta and if it's worth to play or not. Since Fellowship is coming out soon, in 3 days. So if you guys are interested in that video, then you can check it out on my gaming YouTube channel. And since I'm doing M Bootcamps, today is the first bootcamp with Tettles, and tomorrow I'm doing a bootcamp with Stove. I'm gonna be uploading those to my YouTube channel, so that's the plan for my YouTube from now on, or for the next like month or so. It will just be M Bootcamps and the Fellowship videos. Maybe afterwards, when we get closer to like alpha and stuff, I can do some more videos. We'll see. Yeah, but yeah, the whole add-on thing, like, I think I was a little bit, like, I did comment on the whole add-on thing at the start when it was announced, but then when alpha actually came out and people were really like, I think the whole outrage about the add-on removal was kind of revamped, or like it came up again as soon as alpha came out, even though we kind of knew about it already, but it just came up again. And then once people really realized that there's a lot of add-ons that are not going to be working anymore, and like Weakeras and stuff is obviously retiring as well, like that's when people started talking about it again. And whenever that happened, I was cycling. Like I was in the middle of my cyclothon when the alpha came out and stuff. So obviously I didn't have time to really like look into that or talk about it or anything like that. I mean, I haven't even logged into alpha yet, even though I have alpha access. Because now I also have to prepare for the MDI, which means I have to play some Plus and actually learn how the dungeons work and stuff. So I'm a little bit behind with the current WoW worlds. Not to mention that I also kind of want to play Legion Remix, but you can't do all the things at the same time, you know, it is what it is. MDI is next weekend, yeah, next Friday. I was headed to use Weakeras. Me too, kind of. Like, I actually kind of hate using Weakeras too. It's not, like, I am very impressed about, like, the add-on itself and the way it works. Like, I think it's a very good add-on. But I still don't like that we have it. Like, it's not that I'm generally against add-ons, like I'm in this weird situation where I feel like if I could live in an alternate universe where add-ons never would have been added to the game, then I would prefer that over what we have now. The thing is, we can't go back in time, and we can't live in a reality where add-ons never existed in the first place. That's just not a thing, right? The only thing we can do right now is either continue a world where we have add-ons, or we remove add-ons. And obviously we're now in a reality where add-ons are going to be removed, which the idea behind it, the way they're saying, or the reasoning behind it makes sense, and I like agree. But is the game like gonna be as good, and is the game gonna be as fun without add-ons? I don't know. will they be able to execute this the way they say they want to execute it? That's, I guess, the big question. I'm personally not somebody that is... Like, I'm generally, like, a very optimistic person, and I'm also not somebody to, like, hold grudges. I think there's a lot of people that just generally just don't trust Blizzard, which I think that is understandable. But I'm a person, like, I mean, call me naive, call me whatever the fuck you want, but I'm a person, like, I want to be hopeful, you know? And I do this with everything in life. Like, if there's a human being that has done some, like, bad stuff or whatever, or shitty stuff to me, but they genuinely seem to, like, regret it and want to do better, and you know, they seem to be genuine about it, then who am I to, like, say that that's not gonna happen anyway? You know, like, I'm a person that's, like, kind of just believes in people. And if Blizzard actually, like, the way they said they want to do it does make sense to me, and I think they can do it, you know? Am I, like, fully convinced that they're gonna do it correctly? No. But am I, like, gonna be dooming about it? Also no, you know? I'm like in this situation where, like, I don't expect that they do it perfectly, but I also don't necessarily think that it's gonna be a disaster, you know? I'm just gonna see what happens, you know? Maybe they do well, maybe they don't. I can always make my decision once I get there, you know? I guess that's always how I feel about it. If Midnight gets released and I just fucking hate the game without add-ons, and it's boring as fuck, well, then I guess I just don't play it. I just play other games and do other things, I don't know. And if it's fun, I'll play. Don't doom until you tried it. Yeah, I mean, because there's a difference between giving feedback and dooming things, right? Like, because I personally don't think that, like, giving feedback is important. And I do think that sometimes being vocal and loud about it and negative sometimes is gonna be more hurt than if you just give very super constructive feedback, right? So I don't think it's, like, the worst thing in the world that people are, like, actually loud about things that they dislike. But I'm just not one of the people, like, I feel like to sit here and to, like, super doom about things and, like, be super negative, like, that's just gonna be, like, why? I don't know, like, we're not there yet, right? I feel like it just affects you personally, like, in a bad way, to just be negative about everything. Like, I just want to live I want to live a blissful life where I live in my happy world where things just either turn out well or they don't, you know? And then I make my decision whenever I actually get there. Instead of, you know, being, like, cynical about it or whatever. Because what's the point? It's gonna affect you negatively to think negatively, right? So. Hey, Paulos, thank you so much for Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Players seem to not understand the consequence of the acquisition by Microsoft. In what way? I'm currently going through the 5 stages of grief. It probably means more monetization. I feel like this whole Microsoft thing is such a weird thing to me because first people were super happy. It's like, oh my god, fine, like Microsoft's buying it, like it's gonna be so great. And I was like, really? Like, is it? It's just like one big corporation that changed to another big corporation. Like, I don't really see like a big positive or negative impact. Like, to me, it just kind of seems same old, you know? Like, obviously, it's a different corporation, but, like, is it gonna be much better or much worse? I don't really think so. Like, it's probably very much, like, for the player, I mean. Like, obviously, there's gonna be bigger impacts overall. But as a WoW player, I don't necessarily think that that one or the other is much better or much worse. I think as a player, in the end, it's just gonna be kind of the same thing. Because what do big corporations have in common? They want to make a lot of money. And what else do they have in common? Well, they're fucking huge. And they don't care about their individual kind of like departments as much as you might think. Like, all they want to do is earn as much power and money as possible. In the end, like, the people that actually work on World of Warcraft are the same people, yeah? Like, it's not like all of a sudden everyone that works, that makes World of Warcraft is different. They're literally the same people. They just have been bought up by different higher-ups and none of the higher-ups actually make any like actual like real decisions in the game, other than financial decisions when it comes to when certain content is going to be released and how much money they need to make and how much they're investing and stuff like that. But overall, it's not like the game is made by different people or anything. Naguura was president. I mean, I honestly think, I think as soon as something is as big as a corporation like, you know, like Microsoft is, like no matter who is like Blizzard's president or like higher up or whatever, in the end, they are just owned by the big corporation that is just an entity that all they care about is fucking money, right? And their shareholders. So no matter how good of a person you are and no matter how much you like the thing that you're doing and the game that you're like working under, it's not gonna matter. Yeah. Like, because you need to please the shareholders and you need to do the money thing. And if you're not doing it well, you just get fired, yeah? So, in the end, the people that work, like the people that actually make the game, the developers and all those, like, I'm sure they care about the game very much, but they're not the ones that make the final decisions about the things that we care about as gamers in the, like, of course they create the game and like they, but in the end, if the shareholders say, hey, you need to do this in 6 months, then they need to do whatever they can do in 6 months, you know? For example, even if they would want to spend much more time on it to make it better. that's like one of those like examples where sometimes it's like bigger corporations, they just set certain deadlines and you just have to do what you can do until that time. Like no matter how much you care about the game and no matter how good you want to make it, if you only have that certain time frame, then that's all you kind of can do with it, you know? Because people sometimes complain how buggy the game is and how developers don't care about the bugs and whatever, but it's like there's only so much they can do, I guess, if they only have a given time frame and a given budget and whatever. No matter how much you care, and no matter how passionate you are about certain things, it's just gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, X-Copy, what's up? Hey, I'm new to the stream. Is she a model? No, you didn't say that. No, you! You want a house in a mountain? Oh, yeah. I also want a house in a mountain. Do you have one? Do you have a nice offer for me? Is there a discount code I can use for the house? Whoa. Oh, wow. Yes, I'm a model citizen, exactly. That's me. Yeah, that treadmill that I'm using is from a company called To Do. It's nothing like special. It's just one I found on Amazon that wasn't like super expensive. A very basic treadmill, doesn't do anything crazy. Or walking pad rather. It's called a walking pad. Treadmills are much bigger and much more expensive. Hey, Alathria, what's up? How are you today? Plugin change, the big sign for me. Wait, what plugin change? You mean the add-on change? Is that Bliss are uncomfortable in their position because that is a massive risk, which could cost them a decent amount of money if they mess it up. Don't think they're under pressure to make more right now. You think so? I don't really see it like that. I don't think it's as like I can see how it could be received negatively, which it has been partially, right? But I don't think it's that big of a risk for them. Really, like I don't really see, because I do think like the majority of the player base is still very much a casual player base, and most of the casual player base doesn't necessarily really like the add-ons that they're going to be removing, right? So I don't really see it as that big of a risk, personally. when it comes to branding. I do think it's a risk, as in it might take them a while for it to actually be good. Like, the risk lies in them actually executing it properly. That is definitely a risk, for sure.
I wish you had lasted a little longer.
Hey, Fraggle, thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome in, welcome in. I did play, I'm playing Legion Remix. I'm just currently preparing for the MDI, so I have to play some retail, you know? It is what it is. I think a lot of people say they will quit because of it. A lot of people say they quit for all kinds of stuff. And when you say a lot of people, it's like, because I've seen some people say they quit over it too, but like, how many did I see that actually said that? Like, maybe like 5? And some random strangers on the internet, you know? In the grand scheme of things, that's still nothing.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that. Like, the people that say they quit over it before they even have seen what happens, you know, like, it's... A lot of people always say shit like this, you know? Like, I've seen people that say they will quit, once you can be in the same guilds with Alliance and Horde. I've seen that too. Like, I've seen people say they will quit if you can do cross-faction raids or cross-faction guilds. I've seen people that say they quit if, like, I mean,
4, 3,
all sorts of stuff.
2, 1.
Like my immersion. People say they quit if solo queue gets added to the game, like a plus solo queue. A lot of people just, and honestly, like, sometimes it might actually be true that those people quit, but then those people just needed to find a reason to quit, you know? Like, sometimes there's people who have been playing this game for such a long time, but they're kind of miserable. Like, they really just don't like the game anymore as much, but they're holding on to it because, like, they used to play it for so long and they want to like the game, basically. And then they're basically just looking for all kinds of things to complain about, and then they're looking for this one thing that actually is going to make them quit
4, 3,
when they actually just wanted to quit in the first place. Like, if they're just not enjoying the game anymore, you know what I mean? I think there's quite a lot of people like that. That are still kind of addicted to the game because they used to like it so much, but they don't really like it anymore, but they still want to like it, but they can't. It's like, this is bad, that is bad, and those people are not really the people that they want to keep around anyway, right? Because those people would probably just quit
3, 2, 1.
anyway at some point. Ah, shit! That was my bad. I thought I could walk through this thing for a second. And I think I could have, I was just too slow. With my tiny little feet.
2, 1.
Okay, my feet are actually not that tiny. I'm a night elf. I have long legs. Nice. Perfect, perfect. Well played, everybody. Using nameplates, but in raid the add-ons are almost grayed out. How can I change it to normal? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean the nameplates are grayed out? Also, how did you get my add-ons? I'm just kidding. To be honest, we can see the effects though. Many quit and we struggle much more than in previous expansions. You think so? It's interesting, like I mean, for me it's like I personally also am not enjoying this expansion as much as I did previous expansions. But to me, it definitely feels like a me thing. Like, for me, it's like really hard to tell if the game itself is doing better or worse. Because, like, how are you able to tell? Like, I feel like number-wise, it's just too hard to tell if something is successful or not. Because people can look at all kinds of stats and be like, oh, look, there's more people that have this achievement now, or there's less people that did this. And it's like, well, but yeah, okay. Like, does that mean the game overall is, like, more or less popular? I don't know. Like, I feel like you would need to actually look at proper data to be able to compare it properly, which we don't really have, right? This expansion might be the one where our guild has had the most amount of active players throughout the entire expansion. Really, Ice Badger? Okay, that's interesting. Starts high and drops off a lot, but we have almost full rates every week this entire expansion. That's interesting. And yeah, to answer your question about the, I guess you mean the transparency of the nameplates. And the nameplates are transparent if you're out of range, or if you're line of sight, or if you're not in combat with them. But you can change it if you wanna, just depending on what it is you wanna change. Like if you want to change out of combat, out of range alpha, or you wanna change the transparency for non-combat things, then you need to look that up on Plater, like Kuros wrote in the chat. Depending on which transparency you want to like remove or change. Maybe my enjoyment comes from rating. I guess that is also a good point. Yeah, I think that's also like an interesting aspect too. Like, depending on what you like more about WoW, because there's some people who like raiding the most, there's some people who like M+ the most, some people who actually like PvP the most, and some people who like, I don't know, like just solo player content. And then depending on the expansion, some people think it's a really good expansion, while others think it's a really bad expansion, because it might be really good for solo players, but really bad for raiding. I don't know, right? So the raiders think, oh my god, this is the worst expansion ever. All of my friends hate it, all of my friends quit. Because in the end, you surround yourself by people that like similar things in the game, right? Like usually, if you're around people that, like if you're a raider yourself and you like raiding, you probably are surrounded by other people that also like raiding, right? And if raids are really bad, that expansion, then a lot of your friends might say that the expansion is bad and they're quitting and whatever. But you might not be hearing the opinions from PvP players. Maybe PvP players love the expansion because for some reason PvP is really fun, you know? But you don't hear them say it because you don't really have any friends around you or people that play as much PvP, maybe. So yeah, sometimes an expansion is really good for like one part of the player base, but not so good for the other part. I don't know if the War Within... I think the War Within has been kind of good for raiders. Like, I think the raids have been kind of good, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't raided this this expansion at all. Everyone loved Legion. Did they? I think Legion was a very interesting expansion because I think Legion was pretty good for a lot of people, but they would never be able to make Legion again. Like if they would make an expansion now, if Midnight would be like Legion, people would quit immediately. It's like a very interesting thing about how the WoW player base works because Legion was the first expansion where they added endless grinds. That was the first time we had artifact power that was added to the game, which created a scenario where whenever you played the game, you gained more power. Like, your player power was basically endless, and you could farm infinite player power by just playing. And same with legendaries, right? You could get as much legendaries as you wanted. The more you played, the more legendaries you got. And the more played, the more artifact power you got. But in hindsight, like, that's really bad, right? But because it was the first time they added it, people actually kind of enjoyed it because it was something new. And they added M Plus as well, which of course, M Plus is also a big part of the game now. So in hindsight, I think people really enjoyed it because it was like something new, right? And people finally felt like, oh my god, when I can play the game more, it's actually useful. But then at some point, when they continued this endless grind to BFA and to Shadowlands, at some point people realized, wait a second, I don't actually want to be feeling like I have to play all the time. Like, initially it was maybe fun, you know, but then at some point you're like, wait a second, I feel like I need to log in so much now, otherwise I fall behind. This is actually not so good. So yeah, at some point we wanted them to remove it again, because we realized that this is actually not as good as we think it is. So yeah, if they would add an expansion like Legion right now, I think people would actually like quit the game and be super mad at Blizzard. But I also think that that World of Warcraft, or like, this is going to be like a cycle. Like, I do think that right now we're still in this era where people don't like endless grinds and endless player power gains, and like these systems, we don't like them as much. But I think we're at this tipping point where people already kind of want to move towards it again. Like, before Legion, we wanted endless power and we wanted grinds. And then we got Legion and we were like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then BFA came out and we were like, okay, it's still kind of okay, but kind of tired of this like endless farm thing. And then Shadowlands comes out and we're like, okay, guys, like, this sucks. No more fucking borrowed power systems. Like, fuck this all sucks. And then Blizzard gives in and they're like, okay, you know what, fine. We're gonna remove all player power systems or like endless player power stuff, borrowed power, like, we're gonna remove it. And then people were like, great. No more seasonal or like expansion-wide kind of borrowed power. Let's fucking go. Like, people were super happy about it. And then we got the War Within, right? And at some point people were like, wait, it's kind of boring. It's like, I'm not sure I like this. And now slowly but surely, I feel like we're at this tipping point again where people are like, maybe we have some grinds, you know, like maybe a little bit of like borrowed power, like, I don't know. And I feel like we're just gonna go back eventually to how Legion was, and then it's just gonna continue like this. Hey Anita, what's up? Thank you so much for 58 months. What's up? How you doing? And I think it's also not a bad thing. Like, I'm not even trying to make fun of the community. Like, I don't think that. I think it's just a case of needing change, you know? Because in the end, World of Warcraft is such an old game that has been around for so long. If it's always the same over and over and over, like, of course it gets boring. So changing things up now and then is good. But just because we hated borrowed power a long time ago doesn't mean that we hated it forever, you know? Maybe sometimes it's good to have a little bit of a grindy expansion, and then the next time we have a little bit of a less grindy expansion. So what? I think going back and forth is not that bad of an idea. Like, we can change our minds, I think. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Obviously, there's always different kinds of players that want different things. It's never gonna be that everyone wants the same. That is of course true. Kind of like the current system. We grind hard for 5 to 6 weeks, and then you just log on, casually play until the next patch, where we grind again for a few weeks. You see, I personally don't like the current system very much because it's not that I don't like the current system. I just don't like specifically like the hyper boost thingy, like the mega omega hyper boost patches. I personally like hate them. Like to me, it's such a like annoying thing to add to the game where it's like. This obviously depends on how much you play the game, right? Because I'm a person, like, I don't play the game as much anymore. And when I'm close to finally getting all of my upgrades, then we get another patch where we have to upgrade again. And it's like, okay, I've finally managed to get the same item as all the other people eventually. And then they're upgrading again, and it's the same shit again, you know? Ugh, I personally hate that, but I also understand that people like having these like midway patches because then they have something to do again, I guess. Well, you don't have to. I mean, what do you mean you don't have to? People always say this. You don't have to. Like, yeah, I don't have to play World of Warcraft. No one's forcing me. Yeah, that's true. But like, what kind of argument is that? Of course, I need to get the item level if I want to get invited to high keys. Which is the only content I want to do, right? Like, I play the game for Mythic Plus and I want to do high keys. And if I don't have the highest item level, I won't get invited. So yes, I do have to actually get the item level, yeah. I guess, yeah, because otherwise I can't do the thing that I want to do. Well, you don't have to do high keys. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I also can just log off and play solitaire. Just do the just do the other content that you don't like doing. The solitaire meta is quite stale, though. I think it's pretty versatile. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you do a solitaire tier list? Alright, guys, I'm gonna go AFK for a second, and then I want to watch a video. What are we watching? I want to eat my yogurt real quick, and then we're gonna wait for Tettles for the boot camp. What are we watching? Dreadnoughts videos? Midnight News 5 days ago. Class updates, tier list, bonuses, crest changes. Maybe watch that. Or Party C with Skyazard.
Indossa l'essenza di Portofino con Lenore. Note floreali, fresia e neroli dal profumo inebriante. Una freschezza così avvolgente sui tuoi capi da portare sempre con te.
Does anyone know what the format is for MDI this year? You know what? I'm actually gonna look at the format for MDI because people have been asking about this on Reddit. I don't actually know.
KFC sbriciola le regole.
Tender crispy, formaggio, salsa spicy uccisi e il crumble di Doritos. Crispy hot dog. L'hot dog che sbriciola le regole è solo da KFC.
Are you tired? Tired of depleting keys? Tired of waiting and the wiping in the raid? Frank, what have you done here? Tired of wiping in the raid? Tired of having no swag? Well, these are issues of the past. Introducing the first ever Potty C merch collection. Hoodie, done. T-shirt, done. Socks? Also done for some reason. Purchase now at pottyc.com. This will have no impact on your performance as a WoW player. Hey, welcome to a very special episode of the Potty C.
Oh my god.
This week we have two exciting things, two equally as exciting things, or for you to decide which is more exciting. We have
Well,
a special
I'm gonna be
guest,
right back for a
something
second.
we
Also, I
do
love
less often than
Sarah
we probably should on this particular podcast, but we've been saving. We've been building all of our street cred up to buy one exceptional guest instead of having 10 mediocre guests over the past 10 episodes. So please, everybody, give a warm welcome to none other than Skarzard.
Hello. Don't let Dratnos fool you. It was super easy to get me on this. It was just DM me and I'll hang out.
Okay, good.
So it's that easy, huh?
Well, Frank is PayPaling me, but the rest of you, it's very easy to do. Yeah, that's under the table.
Yeah, Frank does have this, anytime he wants to interact with me, there's a fee involved as well. I think he's probably got that arrangement set up with most of his friends.
I'm worried he's taking a cut, actually. Now that we're talking about it, I think in the episode, I'm worried. But that's for y'all to figure out. What's the other announcement, Dratnos?
We're also launching Potty C merch. That's right. That's
pottyc.com.
Or you can think of it as
pottyc.com.
OM, depending on how you want to, remember that in your head.
Wait, is that what it was?
Yeah, well, that's what it stands for. That's what the URL stands for. That's how we set that up.
pottyc.com.
Yeah, that's right. And you can get things like this shirt with the extremely alarming pixel art version of my face. I don't know if you guys can see. It's the eyes are very like crazy eyes going on that thing. So we got some hats and stuff as well.
Yeah, I was like, that's
Max is
just
wearing
you,
one right
man.
now too.
You were like a guy looking exactly like that, being like, this is concerning, but up here, this is fine.
We've also got socks as well, so you need some new socks. With my face on them too. We got all kinds of stuff. So yeah, go to the website, buy some of our stuff, pay us a lot of money. Let us, pay the exorbitant booking fees associated with guests of this caliber more often.
I am so tickled by these Dratnos socks, and I feel like I want them because how does any conversation result from that? Where someone's like, oh, who is that? Is that like a family member? You're like, no, it's a guy I listen to on the internet. And they're like, oh, how would I know them? It's like, you wouldn't. That's
well, okay. Maybe at some point I become more famous. I become mainstream famous.
And I care about you, and I need you to know that 100% of the people who know who you were would recognize you from the socks. And there wouldn't be, like you've already got the claim on the market. Is what I'm trying to say. But no, I'm getting them. I'll buy them, and you should too. At
pottyc.com.
Well, no.
Nope. Actually, that was perfectly right. Good job,
well, then why? Okay. Well, I'm so sorry. You should get them too at
pottyc.com.
Thank you.
Appreciating patrons.
Yeah, and patrons as well. You guys are great too.
Yeah.
Also,
equally
great.
Let's not
three equally great things. So before we, I guess, get into what will invariably be, I think, a very rambly episode, I think we should start, just in case people don't know who you are, Skarzard, with a quick introduction of.
I can't believe Skarzard joins the Potty C, and the first thing he does is like hooing Dratnos. He's like, there's absolutely no way somebody in real life that I meet would ever know Dratnos. I know what he meant, but yeah.
Who you are, what you do / have done in the past.
Yeah, what I do now is very different, which is to say nothing. I'm mostly chilling. No, my name is Patrick Scarborough. People might have known career up till now as Skarzard.
I'm gonna eat.
I worked for 5 years on League of Legends as a game designer.
I'm gonna eat my yogurt with apples and bananas now while we listen to Skarzard. Okay.
Doing balance for the games. I worked with some champions. I worked with some reworks. I wrote patch notes. I hosted videos on their YouTube. I did voiceover I did like everything. I did a little bit of everything over there.
I didn't know he did voiceovers.
Then I streamed full time for a few years, and then I most recently worked as a systems designer on the rewards team for Blizzard on World of Warcraft, which is how I came to know all of these people.
He also streamed. I didn't know that either.
Right before 11.2 dipped, and I'm enjoying a nice long vacation before I inevitably have to get another job.
Yeah, I respect that. How much? So we talked a little bit about this before we started recording, of course, but
yeah.
I think it'd be good to establish for the listeners as well, like what are some sorts of things that you maybe don't want to talk about, and also if that falls into this category or not. What ended up making you decide to leave? Was it just like you've been there enough? You've been want to jump to something new, or?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess this is something because I certainly don't want to scare any of you off or anyone from criticizing Blizzard or the WoW team or like we can't talk about it or something, right? I think I don't really have any beef with anybody that works on WoW. I loved my team. I was thinking about it, and this is funny that I'm going to say this, but I was like, I maybe had like beef with 3 people ever in my time at Blizzard, which if any of you listening have jobs, think about that and be like, how many people at your job do you like? And for me, it was like 99%. It was like everybody was awesome. If you meet somebody for the first time and you walk over to their desk, you Slack them, it was always great. So the WoW team is incredible, right? It was really, really good. I think my issues were a little bit me and a little bit them, right? One of them is I was just going through a lot of, I guess, mental health issues that stemmed from a lot of, how should I put this? I think that the trajectory that the current WoW team is taking has a lot of consequences. And I think that I am one of those consequences, if that makes sense. I think the speed at which content is being made and the direction in which the design is being pushed are things that made me feel overburdened and kind of left behind, combined with the fact that I don't like living in Irvine. I don't like living in an expensive apartment. Sorry that I'm probably going to soapbox about like unionization and workers' rights and things like that. But I think it's one of those where the day-to-day of working on World of Warcraft is a dream and incredible, right? And I think the circumstances surrounding it that dictate what it is that you get to do, the timelines that you have to do them on, is the kind of thing that is really squeezing everybody. And I started to hit the point where all of those things building up, as much as I want to be like, yeah, it's bad, Blizzard has to change these things, right? It was really affecting me and my work and my ability to get things done. And I was like, hey, I could see a few months in here, like really souring my relationships with people that I love and that I really care about, right? Like not even just like someone I respect, but like people that I was like, yeah, I would work with you again in the future, right? Again and again. And arguably had already reached that point, but I think I felt it was going to get worse. So I was like, okay, I need to refocus on my health and like chill and take advantage of the privilege that I have, with a bit of savings built up.
Vendi tanti altri articoli di seconda mano con le nuove categorie Vinted.
Okay, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. I actually like the way. Like, I like what he's saying, or that he's also talking about this generally. He's not done talking. Sorry, I had to interrupt real quick. But I think this kind of just like confirms what we talked about earlier a little. Hab was saying that like the big corporation owns like the game, but like the people that work at the game, like they very much, care about the thing that they do, but they have to listen to like the shareholders and they have to do things in a certain time frame and make a certain amount of money, and like they only have a certain amount of budget. Like in the end, they can only do as much as they can do while being under like a big corporation that dictates like certain things, right? And I think I'm obviously not 100% sure what happened with Skarsgård, but you can definitely tell that Skarsgård cared a lot about his work, right? He's literally saying that he was not able, or like he was under like pressure, and that he was kind of like, because they had short time frames where he had to put out content, that it affected his mental health. So clearly he cares about his work, like he cared about his work a lot at Blizzard. In fact, he cared so much that not being able to do the work that he wanted to do actually affected like his mental health, right? Which at least that's what I heard out of this, in a sense, where not exactly sure what they wanted him to do that, he wasn't able to do. Like, I don't know if he was like too rushed, or if he wasn't happy with the things that he managed to put out because he was like, he didn't have enough time, or that he was so stressed, or like, anyway, like, but you can clearly tell that he is passionate about the thing that he wants to do, and that he loved the people that he worked with, but obviously like the bigger thing, like the people that pushing him into like doing certain things is the problem here. Like the corporation, like the big thing is the problem here, rather than the small teams and the small so which is sad, right? So definitely a sad thing, but yeah, at this point it's hard to like not have it be a thing anymore. Like it's hard to say, hey, let's get rid of corporations, guys. Like it's not really how things are, I guess.
But preserve the future of my joy working on games, but also working with a lot of these people, right? So that's the I have no idea how long that was. I have no idea how comprehensive that was, but hopefully that answers your question somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't know. It's always I guess one thing that I've always found when talking to you is you are the person that I know the most who you'll like aggressively credit one of your people that was on your team with everything that you talk about whenever we're talking like off camera or whatever. You're always like, oh, this was this person's baby. Like they're so great. They did this, this, and this, and I'm so happy for them, and they're turning into such a great designer or whatever.
Yeah,
So
it's incredible. I think I'll stop soapboxing here because I want this to be an actual conversation. But I think game design, and I want to focus on design specifically, but this is true for everybody that touches game development, right? Is game design is a discipline where when you are doing it right, people are not noticing it, right? You have, I think, a lot of y'all who can say like, oh, this particular like WoW boss or like dungeon encounter or something is like really well made, right? But a lot of people, they might feel that elation in the combination of the music and the visuals and everything. They might think that's awesome, like they saw a movie, but they don't think about all of the hours that went into making it or all the people that made it happen, right? And so it is kind of a thankless job in that if you do it poorly, everyone is on your ass all the time. If you do it really well, none of it.
I guess that's another good point that he's making here. And I can see how that affects you mentally as well. Like just the general hatred from the community towards Blizzard. It has gotten better a little bit lately, right? But especially if you're like, let's say, like just put yourself into the shoes of a developer that works at Blizzard. And just imagine like you actually like really care about what you do and you're like very passionate about your job, right? To hear this like constant like negativity about things that you have worked on and that you care about a lot, like I'm sure that's actually pretty hard. like I think that I can totally see how that affects you mentally a lot if you like just see this hatred the whole time. And in the end, like it's not hatred towards you personally. Like in the end, it's like if you think about it a lot, you probably understand. Okay, they're not hating me personally; they're hating this and that. That they're hating the bigger thing, right? But it's still like it's when people always say, "Oh, you should just ignore the negativity." It's like, yeah, okay, like that's well, it's not that easy, Like you can't just always be like, oh, well, just people are talking shit about the thing that I did. Well, okay, let's just ignore that and only listen to the positive things. Yay! Like, it's not really how it always works, right? Even something like Korthir or the Maw. Like, let's take the most extreme example, the Maw, right? The Maw was hated by almost anyone, right? Everyone hated the Maw, right? Now, the thing is, the people, or like, let's take Torghast. I think Torghast is an even better example. Torghast is a thing that I'm sure a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into it and were actually very proud of what they created. And if you take Torghast and you actually put it into the game in a different way, then it might have even been a success. The biggest problem that Torghast ever had was the fact that it was forced on players and they had to do it every week, right? There were other problems as well with Torghast, but like the general idea behind Torghast and the way it was built, like it was not all bad, right? The way that it was implemented was bad and people hated the way they were forced to do it and all that, right? But like imagine you're a person that worked on Torghast and it took you like a long time and you actually cared about it and you're not the one that made people do it every week. Like the people that made Torghast, they're not the ones that made the decision that people have to do it every week, right? The people who did Torghast, they probably came up with the levels and how the bosses work and like the affixes and whatever, like, and the anima powers, you know, like they had all of these really cool ideas, and then they implemented it, they tested it a million times, they're probably really proud of it and happy, and then people end up hating it because of a decision that somebody else made, maybe, where they said, okay, you have to do it every fucking week, get fucked, you know? And now everyone hates Torghast, and you're like, well, shit. Like, now you're almost even embarrassed to say that you worked on it, you know? Like, imagine I don't know how long they work on things, but let's say a developer that worked on Torghast worked on it for like half a year. Half a year of your life, you put all of your time and effort into this thing, and you actually really like were passionate about it, and you really liked it. And now you're even embarrassed to say that you worked on it because people hate it so much because of the way it was implemented into the game, and it was just not successful, you know? And it's like, well, fuck. If you ever talk to somebody and they're like, oh, what do you do? It's like, oh, I work at Blizzard. Oh my God, I play WoW too. What did you work on? And you're like, well, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I can see how it's annoying in a way. Not to say that the people are wrong here to talk shit about Torghast. Like, obviously, if you didn't like Torghast, you didn't like Torghast, right? But I can also see how if you're on the other side, then that can, like, you know, I can definitely like mess you up.
If it comes to you, and I think a lot of people are trained, and I think it's a good instinct, but I think it kind of gets run away from people, which is a lot of people are trained to say, well, I shouldn't want to take credit for anything that I've worked on, right? Because it'll make me look like I'm a bad teammate. And so the only solution then is you have to loudly hype up your teammates, because if they're not going to do it and players are not going to do it, then you're going to be ended up in this cycle where, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 bad patches or bad features in a row beat someone down to the point that they're like, well, I don't know that I can do this anymore. And, you know, games in general and a lot of creative disciplines, but also games very specifically, is a discipline where when you lose someone, they often don't come back, right? It is not a secret that people in the games industry don't get paid as much as, like, you know, many other private software firms. So if someone really burns out, you could lose the generational mind that was supposed to make the next big thing, or made something that was incredible, and they're just gone now, right? So that's why I'm all very, very passionate about that, and hopefully all of you should be passionate about it too. Be nice to your game developers. You know, you don't have to like everything, but it should be a little nice.
Yeah, I want to touch on that point that you mentioned about how people don't notice good game design, and I actually find that to be so true, because like there have been many of my favorite games in the past where I'm just like, man, I don't know why this game was so amazing, but it was such a good game, man. Yeah, it's like a lot of people try to capture that exact formula, and they're trying to figure out what exactly made this game so great. But
yeah,
it's like you mentioned, like people just don't realize when a game is made extremely well, and oftentimes when it's the opposite, they will be very vocal about it, and it becomes a problem.
Man, guess I have to use Air France the next time I fly somewhere.
Right, you know, and then it's like witch hunts, or you want to target someone. Sorry, Max, you're gonna say something?
Well, I was just gonna say it's like reviews on an apartment complex. You know,
Okay.
like no one rents from somewhere and it goes just fine, and then they leave a review saying, "Oh, well, this place was fine or great.
The plumbing worked."
Right.
Yeah. It's just.
Wait, Rex, thank you so much for 109 months. What's up? Thank you so much. Welcome back.
It's gonna be, you missed your. They were not like really gracious when you missed your rent or something, and you had a bad interaction, and like, or maybe they were just genuinely bad. But you're only going to see bad things on there because of the way it works, right?
Yes.
I think game dev probably feels a lot of the same way, where you make a great game, people are like, dude, this game owns. You have a bad patch, and it's like, but you don't feel that. You have a bad patch, and or something about it doesn't work, and it's the end of the world for people. There's definitely a lot of very specific situations I can remember with bosses where, like, you know, a boss is like nerfed at a bad time or something, which the person who made the boss had literally nothing to do with the timing of it, and it was just like everyone wants this person
Miranda,
dead. It's
thank
like,
you so much for 20
how do
months.
you want to
Appreciate
keep
that.
continuing
Thank
doing
you
your
so
job when you
much.
make good content, but just some random shit happens, you know.
People don't notice good game. Like I do think
Naguura, thanks for rocking.
I definitely think that it's obviously not always true that people don't notice good game design, right? Like I think if something is especially good, people notice it. If things are just okay, they don't notice it. Like people notice bad things and really good things, and then the in between is just standard, right? Like that's that is just like normal.
Yeah, and I mean that stuff's tough too because sometimes those are mistakes that can be chalked up to one individual, and it's like there should both be one an ability to almost like shield or obfuscate.
I guess you have a good point. Like sometimes you're shooting yourself in the foot almost if you have really good game design. Like that's actually a good point because you're setting your own standard. You're setting your own standard, right? Like if you have a game that kind of like stays the way it is, like it doesn't really improve, then it's just going to be the way it is. And if you make one better thing, then people are going to be like, whoa, you know? But if you constantly improve and do better and better and better and better, then you move your standard up at all times, right? Like, and then at some point, really good things are considered standard, right? It's, I guess, a very good example for something like this would be, like, think about RuneScape. Like, I personally think that RuneScape is one of those games where it's like, it's just how RuneScape is, you know? People like the way RuneScape is, right? And RuneScape is a game that, like old school RuneScape, I mean, it's kind of just like how the game is, you know? And it's going to continue like that. But then if you take a game like World of Warcraft, that game obviously has improved and done things better over the years, every year, right? Like there's things that get updated, like, and things that are getting added. And if you compare retail to how Classic was, it's day and night, right? Like it's almost like completely two different games, right? It doesn't always mean that the things that they do are like better or worse. I'm just saying that the things that were improved upon at some point are just standard things, and people get bored of standard eventually too, right? Yeah. People in France have fancy toilets? That's the first time I hear about that. There's fancy toilets in France? Huh.
Escape people from like being witch hunted, but two, there should be like safety for people to fuck up and like make mistakes that will like teach them a lesson that they will carry forever, right? I think you know,
no one playing today is playing for the game design.
People who had been at Blizzard forever or people who've moved on, right? Something that I feel very strongly, and I kind of wanted to ask.
Of course, loads of people playing for the game design.
You know,
what
with
do you
the
mean?
faster content cadence, right? I understand from a business perspective why it has to happen, right? And I understand even, you know, as like secondary businesses, you want to think of like yourselves as content creators, right? And how, you know, if stuff is happening in WoW, you have stuff to talk about, people have stuff to watch, you have stuff to do, right? So it's good inherently for that stuff to be coming out faster and faster. But when you do that, you create a situation where it's harder to take risks or it's harder to mitigate when those risks go poorly, right? And so I think you end up having those situations where people are just like really scared to do anything wrong, or when they do something wrong, it's like, well, we have to move to the next thing so quickly, right? And so it's something that I get really worried about, legitimately. Sorry, that was a bit of a maybe a missed segue there, but
it's a good point, because so you brought up when the first question I lobbed at you, at one point in the answer before it got to where you ended the answer,
sure, yeah,
you brought up part of the thing that caused you to leave, or that was involved in your leaving, was the cadence of content, right? And bringing back to that, I think I know among the WoW community, in particular in the past 6 months, there has been a lot of
Con il pack di BG Saxo, zero commissioni.
It's something
e
I
zero
complain
spese.
about.
Conveniente.
I used to complain about a lot when it came to WoW stuff. Is that,
you know, sort of
like the cadence of content? Like one thing, especially this happened especially in BFA, I think, is that I sometimes think that they had really good ideas, but because the first implementation of the idea into the game was not successful, they immediately scrapped the idea and went on to something new. instead of trying to fix it. Because I actually think there's many things that are like lost now that could have been really good, but because it wasn't immediately an immediate success as soon as they added it, they just scrapped it. Because I don't know why, like maybe in their mind it's faster to go with something new rather than trying to convince the player base to change their opinion, because people don't like changing their opinion, right? And if they ever thought something was bad, it's going to be hard for them to convince them otherwise. A really good example, I guess, was Torghast. Then also like Acerite armor. I think Acerite armor was something that I personally... I thought that Acerite armor is a good idea. I thought it was a good idea because I personally always hated the fact that tier sets take up so much slots that other items are kind of makes other items that are not tier sets worthless in a sense, right? And I always hated that. And it like there's so many like set items that you have to equip, and that's why I really like the idea of Acerite armor. But because the first iteration of Acerite armor was kind of boring, like because they didn't have like the bonuses from Acerite armor were all just like kind of generic and not very good. And there was some Acerite bonuses that resembled tier sets, and people loved those. Like, if you guys remember from Moonkins, it was like Streaking Stars, and, you know, where you had to alternate your spells in CA to get like an extra damage proc and stuff. Like, and people actually enjoyed that stuff. But then they just kind of didn't add any new bonuses like that. Because they were kind of, I guess people hate Acerite armor, so we're just going to scrap it. Fuck it. It's gone. You know? Like, and it's like, why? I liked it. Just fix it, you know? Just take it and fix it. And maybe people will like it eventually, you know? Yeah, you know?
Grumbling about, like, is this too much,
I'm not really sure
fast?
why they do this, but
and it's
I guess
weird because
it is just like a
the
thing
things
where
that they've been,
they
it's
say
not like a
worth
lot
it
of the
to
things that
fix.
have come out. So if we look at the past 6 months, right, it's like we had Liberation of Undermine came out, I guess, a little bit more than 6 months ago. And then it's like Turbo Boost, Delve Belt, Horrific Visions,
Yeah, also,
new
yeah.
patch again, Mop Classic comes out, and then there's we've got
Sorry, I'm interrupting just again. Yeah. Like when they added Acerite armor initially, I think there was definitely a lot of flaws with it, for sure. Like, and that's why people ended up hating it. And I think it was also the time where Asmongold was still a pretty big figure in the WoW scene, and BFA, the start of BFA, was where he really like lashed out against the game. And I think a lot of other people were also unhappy with the game, and they kind of just like all kind of like, you know, went with what he said, and then it's like the opinion kind of was spread everywhere, and then Acerite armor was like something that people just like hated. Even though I think, as I said, like the idea behind it was in theory good, it was just like maybe implemented a little bit badly initially, and then they just scrapped it. They're like, fuck it. Oh yeah.
the new Turbo Boost immediately in the future again. And then that Turbo Boost has like a weird time gate associated with it where the Turbo Boost itself coming out and then the dinars and the crest uncapping portion of it are now separated.
Happened later, yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird because like those aren't, you know, I think those are things that would be a lot of work for, in particular, you know, somebody on the rewards team doing a lot of work around those things.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
it's
it
not
is.
like a whole set of like, you know, a patch level, you know, effort or something like that, right? Like it's like it's a lot of work for a few people.
Sneaky,
rather than
that's a good
the whole
point
WoW
too.
team
Yeah,
on those.
true.
But is that the, like, on your end, was that what was causing you to feel that, or was it like the expansions and the patches even on a faster cadence?
So, I mean, it's certainly part of the soup, right? Because there's two things you didn't even mention in that, right? One was Nightfall, which I don't. Yeah, I still haven't even engaged with it. Maybe one day I will.
Oh, and Dastardly Duos. How could I forget Dastardly Duos?
That was the other one,
Gosh.
and I know how you could forget it,
Yeah.
and that's because I hit the point because you know I'm human like anyone
MDI
else.
is
Later in
next
a
week.
patch, I stopped playing. But for me, it was usually because now I have to truly lock in on whatever the next thing is. I have to, you know, really beat my head against it to make sure that it comes out. And so I was excited. That was, of the whole list of everything, that was the one I wanted to do. And by the time I came back, it was gone. And I was like, what do you mean? Like that's so weird to me to have that content almost vanish, right? When I'm like, but somebody put a lot of effort into making those bosses or making little fights or, you know, more ways that I can engage with other people. And it just kind of evaporated. So, you know, I'll say it definitely.
I think this is like another thing when it goes back to like, if it's not immediately successful, then they just scrap the idea. And like, it's so weird because it feels like clearly if you're creating like this new thing, it's going to take a lot of effort and time and money, right? So like, it almost feels like there's no way it can be worth it almost, right? Are they just like throwing money at things to make different kinds of projects and then they hope one of them just really sticks and then that's good? Like, it's like weird decisions to me because also, like, why not just put a little bit more time into it to actually make it good? Because I feel like the Starly Duos or whatever it's called, I think that could have also had potential. Like, I think that the Starly Duos thing, it's basically like an arena, but like PvE arena. And I think, like, it could have been something cool. But it was pretty obvious to me that there was not enough time put into it. Like, it was not... Like, it didn't feel like a finished, proper product. Because I remember testing it on beta or on PTR, and I soloed it. Because you can play with a team or by yourself. And I played by myself without the NPCs, which is like a super challenge, basically. And I actually had a really hard time clearing it. And then I did, but I got less points than if I would have done it with a team, which would have been infinitely easier because the point system wasn't like thought through. Like the point system didn't really make much sense, you know, like I'm not sure what the target audience was. Like maybe the target audience wasn't me. Like maybe it was not supposed to be some sort of challenge and I guess the difficulty of it shouldn't, like maybe it should have not been related to points, but then why make it a point system? You know, like I felt like it was all over the place. Like you get points and like a score system with like, there was this toy where you could stand on like a pedestal, right? So it was clearly related to points somehow. But then the point system didn't really make much sense because if you did the harder thing, you didn't actually gain more points. And then the bosses seemed to be like doing weird stuff. And then like it, you know, like it just felt like the idea behind it was, again, kind of cool, but they needed to put more time and effort into it to actually make it work, which they didn't. And then it was not immediately successful, understandably, because it kind of was all over the place. And then it was just scrapped again. It's like, okay. I don't know. I think a lot of things just go this way nowadays with WoW. I think the community backlash on them redoing a failed experiment would be so rough that even if the new iteration was good, people wouldn't give it a fair shot. Yeah, I understand that they would be scared of that, but like they've done it with other things, like Delphs. Like I think Delphs is like one of the best examples where Blizzard has set their mind onto it working. Like they want Delphs to be a thing, right? Initially when Delphs came out, I think a lot of people were skeptical. I was like, what is this? Like it's like kind of like, eh. And then I think even after a few months, people were still not really convinced of Delphs. But Blizzard kept pushing it. Blizzard was like, Delphs, we need Delphs, more Delphs, and there's Delph stuff, and here's Delph stuff, and now you have to do this, and there's a new Delphs. And Delphs is part of the Vault now, you know? And I think at this point, people are kind of okay with Delphs now. Some people really like it. More like definitely more of a casual player base that likes it. The high-end players, I guess, are still kind of like whatever. But it's fine. Like they actually like iterated it and improved upon it, and it got to a point where people actually like it mostly, right? So I think it's good sometimes to just like stick to something and be like, we're doing this, you know, rather than just like throw something in a wall and be like, didn't stick, fuck it, let's throw another thing. Like, like sometimes just stick to it and like improve it a bit, I guess. As long as people don't hate it immediately, because I do understand if something is added and people actually like absolutely hate it, then I understand that then it might be hard to actually like change people's minds, of course. All right, I think Tettles is ready. Okay. This is actually a really interesting episode. I really love this talk. I'm gonna have to watch the rest of this But Tettles is here now to coach me through M+, guys. So we're doing an M+ bootcamp. Let's fucking go. All right, so to quickly explain what is happening, I'm going to do an M+ bootcamp, which means that I'm going to have, throughout the next 2 weeks, I'm going to have friends of mine that are either casters, high-end M+ content creators, or MDI participants, or whatever, join my stream. And they're going to be coaching me through M+ dungeons. The purpose of this is for me to learn the M+ dungeons, and for the audience to also learn the M+ dungeons a little bit more in detail. Of course, I do know the general idea of the M+ dungeons. I've been playing M+ this season as well, but I haven't done many high keys at all. I've been, doing my cyclothon, and I've been doing other things, so I haven't really done any like super high keys. So it would be really good to hear the insights from some of these players, to know like the high-end key strategies, certain tips and tricks that is not super obvious for people to know, and maybe it will help me to get to a higher score, and maybe it also will help me to cast the MDI next week at Friday. So let's get Tettles on here, and let's play some dungeons. Hello.
Hello, Naguura. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today?
Not too bad.
Okay, let me see if everyone can hear you. Is Tettles loud enough, guys?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Sing on.
What did you want to say?
Yeah, I was just telling Chad about why the Liquid team's playing on EU, because their Europeans are going to get 180 ping to California.
Oh, but it's not it's not as bad the other way around?
Yeah, because I think Yips is in Newfoundland, so I think that he's probably, he might have better ping to EU than he does to LA. And Zevi and Boomy are both, I think Boomy's West Coast, but I think Zevi's close to the East Coast, so they should have pretty low ping.
Wait, who is in the Liquid team? Like, who are the EU players?
It's a Shine and Wolf Disco.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Zevi's European, but he's now living in the US, but...
Oh, I actually didn't know that Zevi's living in the US now. Yeah.
I didn't know that until he told me the other day, or told me the last race. I was like, wait, what?
Makes sense. All right, well, thanks for joining the M+ Bootcamp, Tettles. Of course, Tettles has already been here before, so he knows what the gist of this is. But the new thing is that I think the last time we did 2 dungeons, or maybe even more. Yeah. But I changed the format, so we basically just gonna choose 2 dungeons, and we just do those 2, and then I'm gonna let you go.
Okay. Do you want to do the new dungeons? Do you want to do maybe like Ecodome in one of the Tazas or something like that?
Yeah, if you're down.
Yeah, I think those probably. What's your familiarity with Ecodome?
Yes.
It is a dungeon for the season for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think I know the least about Ecodome, probably. Yeah, Ecodome is pretty bad, so I think it's a good dungeon to start with. And for Tassavesh, I think Streets would be good, because I hate that dungeon and I rarely ever do it, so I know very little about it as well. At least, from the new version of it. Of course, I know the old version.
Dude, I think Streets is going to get really weird during the MDI too. I think they're going to do some crazy snapping shit. Like that dungeon, nobody does it on live because why would you? That dungeon's kind of free, but people in the MDI do psycho shit all the time where they're just like going to snap mobs across the world.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm interested in what's going on generally in MDI. Like, I think I have been so out of the high-end and plus scene lately, and then seeing the key levels that they're doing, like, I don't know. Some crazy shit.
Cycling across the world. Dude, I saw you get down to like 0.25 kilometers or whatever, and
you
then it's
saw
up
that?
to 90
or
was... some shit. I was like, what?
That was crazy.
She's got like 2 more days now. What the fuck is this?
I was so convinced as well that it's gonna be over. Like I even took like 2 breaks before. I was like, I'm just gonna eat a little bit. I'm gonna have an ice cream because it's gonna be over soon. Oh, well.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was crazy.
What's your gear looking like?
It's pretty bad. Like I'm at level 714.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It's like it's always like this turbo boost thing that yeah, I'm just gone, and then I have no valor points. Valor points is what holds me back the whole time.
Oh. Great. So does an authenticator, it looks like.
Yeah, that's
we're missing
too.
4 slots for our bags.
I don't need that. Okay, what do I upgrade, Tettles? I can upgrade some things. I have
What's that trinket looking like?
337 valor.
Yeah. Are our trinkets worth upgrading? Yeah, I mean, that one's definitely good.
Okay, let's just do it.
That one's good. Is the other one Myth Track? Is the Ritual Forge Myth
No.
Track? Probably not worth upgrading then. That trinket is pretty good.
I could just do like main stat stuff like a
Yeah,
chest.
probably. You already upgraded the weapon, right?
I have the crafted weapon. Oh wait.
Okay, yeah.
Can you upgrade it?
Yes.
Oh, a higher than 720?
Yeah.
Oh,
the turbo boost.
fuck.
You could buy the optional crafting reagent and upgrade to like 728.
Wait, what? Do you need crest for that?
Yeah, it's just crest. 727 maybe.
Okay, and
it's
I just
30
need.
crests.
Does it need to be crafted again, or do I just buy a thing and it's fine?
Yeah. You have to recraft it.
Oh my god.
So you have to pay people. If you want a hot tip too, if you don't have enough gilded crests, you can actually buy the hero track one, and get it recrafted, and it'll be recrafted to 723.
Oh.
So that's not the worst.
This one, right? Gilded Star
Yeah,
Weapon.
that's the one you want. That's the one you're gonna want for your weapon for sure.
Okay, let's do this real quick. Can I do a public order? Is that a thing?
I would not public order my fucking weapon.
You wouldn't?
I'm sure you can.
Wait, we're totally gonna do this.
Downgrade.
No, we're totally gonna wing this first try. Okay, wait, this is gonna happen. What do I need? Track. Ah, there we go. Wait, I need sparks. Wait, I don't have sparks. Do you have sparks?
No, you're recrafting it. We don't need sparks. We're fine.
Oh, yeah, true.
Hold on, we don't use that. You're gonna lose all of our valor stones that we don't have.
I think I also don't have a second embellishment, by the way.
Huh.
So if I recraft, I don't need all. Oh no, I bound the cipher. The cipher. Do I need a tier 3? Probably. Let's just do that.
Yeah, probably.
Codified. Greenwoods.
Chad, this is a crafting boot camp, I think.
My enchant stays, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, this is so gonna happen.
Are you only Mythic Plusing this season?
Yeah, I only did plus. Did you rate?
Yeah, I started rating again.
Oh, yeah, because literally, like, just to get the items for M plus, though, right? Not because you actually really.
I found a guild that,
Oh.
Yeah,
you have to say that.
We're gonna stop doing farm in like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that, and then show back up for the expansion. I'm like, wow, that sounds like a good opportunity to raid progression and not do farm.
Okay, that's actually a good deal. Okay, I think you can actually recraft with a public order. Shit. Guys, anyone in chat that can recraft stuff? Anyone? Do they have to be in the same server? I guess so, right? Anyone on Terran Mail, guys, that can recraft a stuff? I give you... How much is this worth? $5?
like 1,000 gold, probably?
I give you 1,000 gold. 300k special price.
The people of trade chat on my server try to charge me 5k, and I say I'm absolutely fucking not. And then I say 1,000 gold, take it or leave it. And they always take it.
Perfect. For you, my friend, 999. Nice.
Oh, good deal.
Wait, can he actually craft it? No one? And this is tough. Okay, I'm actually gonna type in trade chat.
Dude, I left trade chat. I have to join it anytime I need something crafted.
It's actually horrible. It's so bad. Wait, can I blink this? There we go.
You don't have artisans acuity? God damn it, nigga.
Isn't that like a crafter thing? Why would I have that? Wait, they can provide this though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do I need to pay more than 1,000 then?
Probably not.
You can send to me, tip what you want. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Aber one. Aber one.
I have like 1 billion acuity from just disenchanting gear.
Let's do 1,500 because I'm rich.
Oh, shit. Insane flex. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I did see your cyclothon.
Speaking of rich, thank you so much for Prime sub, Victory.
Holy shit. Alright, let's start queuing up for the fucking eco dubs. Let's start queuing up for the fucking eco dubs.
And Joshi, welcome back as well. Thank you so much. Crafted, perfect. Okay, do you think, what's the highest key level do you think I can get invited to?
Like you or like somebody with your gear?
Me.
'Cause I think these are almost different questions. I think that you can maybe get invited to like for like a 15 or 16. People with your gear, I don't know, you'd probably struggle to get invited to like a 16.
Okay, let's just... What's your radar, yo, before we start this? What are your credentials? Oh, I was muted on accident. I was saying, what is your radar, yo, and like, what are your credentials?
Oh god.
To be doing this?
I don't know. Let me see. I'm currently, what am I on my druid? I think my shaman might be higher than my druid. I'm not 100% sure what I am currently. 3,500 maybe?
3,500.
3470 on my druid and something on my shaman. 35 something I'm probably on my shaman.
Do you play your shaman more?
Yeah, I've been maining my shaman this season.
Okay. In the raid too?
Yeah,
Okay,
druid
okay.
raid was not very good. Needed to not play that guy during raid. Oh my god, yeah, get that Rizzolan, and we need that.
Oh, I was instantly declined.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh no. Well, that was real fast.
107 months club watching the insane cyclothon was such a great experience. I loved every minute of it. Keep on cycling, people cycling.
Thank you so much, Hockey. Thanks for 107 months and to tier 3. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad you enjoyed the cyclothon. And Wumple, thank you so much for Prime to you as well. Welcome in. So, well, that was actually really fast. I think that's the Tettles buff.
You don't think it's the fact that your name is Naguura and they know you?
I feel like it doesn't happen that often that people like know that it's me. Like, it definitely happens, but I don't know. Like, I feel like because it's not Naguura, like my actual like Twitch name, some people just think it's like some random person.
I guess that's valid. What animal was the rest of the people in your party by chance?
Wait, what?
What animal were the rest of the people in our party?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm gonna check. 15 million HP. Okay, that's not that much either, right?
It's actually kind of low for a shaman.
Yeah.
Considering they have stam nodes.
Oh. That might be even worse than mine.
What level is he?
They also have 720. I actually don't see the item level. I don't have an item that shows me this.
What the fuck? Does your details not show it to you?
Oh, the details. Yeah, I guess I don't see them yet in details, right? Wait a second. Anyway, apparently we're doing streets.
All right, yeah.
What is there? What is there to say about streets?
I think that streets is probably one of the most lenient dungeons after the nerfs. They nerfed this dungeon probably, I think it was 3 or 4 times at the very beginning of the season, trying to make the timer more bearable, and they reduced some of the RP out of the dungeon. There's a lot, especially early on, there's a decent amount of like mini boss prio that you're gonna have to watch out for, particularly for these like this mini boss and the mini boss that guards both of the bosses. Beyond that, I mean, it's actually pretty low kick density, which makes it also fairly nice to pug. So yeah, I think that that's one of the reasons that also makes this dungeon pretty chill. You can line this Radiant Pulse. I mean, we did it back in Shadowlands, but you can line it on those like little notch pillars too. Nobody does it because I don't know.
I guess there's nothing else going on.
Yeah, healer heal I think has been the call here most of the time, but in
But you mean
theory,
like these things here, like on the side where you could line it, right?
yeah, you could line it.
And we
then
talk about
you can
the
also-
Radiant Pulse, which again happens in this room, and here it's actually worth to line because the other mobs actually do damage, right?
Yeah. So these officers, they'll have like a reflect shield on it, so that has to get purged off. Obviously, not your problem, but
Yeah.
and then so most people are tending to bloodlust the second pull of the dungeon. I think that for most pugs, maybe bloodlusting the first pull would make more sense. I feel like whenever you bloodlust the second pull, it makes a lot of sense if you have the mini boss in the pull with this pack. But without the mini boss, it feels like a little bit of a weird lust.
You mean because people don't have cooldowns because they used it in the first pull, or?
Yeah. Like in theory, it's maybe like the Dawnbreaker bloodlust, where you're like, oh, I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have done this pull exactly like this. If we didn't have lust, or like just makes it easier. But I do wonder if it would be better to just like if you're not doing the mini boss, just lust the first pull.
But at the same time, the first pull can be really overkill, right? Unless the key level is high enough.
That's also true. Yeah, the first. It's kind of strange, but a lot of like the really top teams are doing the mini boss into this pull, which is fucking psycho. It is really hard.
Yeah. Okay, that's like, huh? So what are the, like in this room in general, I guess the overseers are the ones that are putting the magic debuff on people, right? Or is that a different one?
I think it is the officer that puts the magic dispel on people. Maybe it's the security. It's one of those mobs. The overseer, those are the ones that are very dangerous to the tank. They do proxy strike on the tank, and that shit is like if you don't have mid up, particularly if you're playing like a warrior tank, you can just get completely clocked by these mobs and just die 100-0.
But that's just so like a tank buster, basically, no
That is
debuff
just
or
tank
anything.
buster, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Does mini boss, does it do a lot of tank damage as well, or is that just?
I don't think so. I think it's just a pulsing AoE. I think it's just gonna be like most of the time you're gonna be playing this with trash, so it's the overseer's a little bit scary.
And then I guess these slicers, I mean, they're kind of whatever, but I think that's
Yeah. You can
that's
jump
the
over those.
overseers, right? You can jump over
Yeah,
those?
those are the overseers. Yeah, you can jump over them.
Okay, that's sick. And then what is this like the cast that it's the officers that cast, right? That actually have like an interruptible cast. Just like hyper something.
Officers and specialists both have casts. Yeah, the officers have the hyper light jolt though, which is the only one that really matters, I think.
And
I think
that's just like a
specialists
single
put, shield
target
up.
nuke to a random player?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
miscellaneous bolt cast.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid bolts.
Okay, and other than that, I guess there's nothing. Like the debuff, of course, has to be dispelled. It can do a decent amount of damage. And then like there's sometimes like random damage, and I guess that's just like the cast going
reflect
through.
shield.
Oh, the reflect shield. Yeah, true.
That'll be the reflect shield if you don't like have somebody who's aggressively trying to purge.
So
Or
I guess the shaman
somebody
can
getting
purge all of them though, right?
Yeah. It only applies once. Like it only applies like on full.
Mm-hmm. And could like if you have an elemental shaman, they can also just purge infinite amounts of shields, right? Like you don't. Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess we're always gonna have one of those.
Hunter can also purge him, I think, with Trunk Shot.
Oh, but that's a cooldown though, right? Or?
Yeah, that is cooldown.
Okay, then one thing about this boss, so this cell thing, like I know, like in the past you were able to immune this and completely dodge it, basically.
Yeah.
And now you can still immune, but like the cell still happens. You just immune the damage.
No. That red guy can get out of it with IBF and AMS, so he can get out of it every single time. So like the best case scenario is like you and the warrior, like you save meld, maybe even save like meld potion perhaps, and you try to force it onto DK and mage can basically get out every single time.
Where the fuck's my weapon? But you have to immune after it was applied to you or before?
Well, IBF is like I guess either one. You need to have IBF going as you would gotten stunned, but AMS needs to be before turtle, and most immunities need to be before.
Okay. And when you shadow melt, you just like he's just gonna recast it on another person.
Yeah. He'll recast on somebody random. I will say, sometimes he melees somebody in melee whenever you meld. Like he does that thing where you just like insta melee somebody, so your melee need to be watching out if you're gonna be melding. But these are two plate wearers; they're not gonna die to one melee.
And the weapons, like the silence, does it actually like one shot on high keys? So you have to use a.
Okay.
Okay.
A lot of people are like rotating, like, oh yeah, we're gonna AMZ this one. All right, I'm gonna press Lumithar's Living Silk on this next one, press Defensive on the next one. That's just, it's like, it can one shot you pretty quickly depending on the key level.
Is the warrior gonna? Oh, okay.
What race is he?
Good question.
I don't see it on your Omni CD. He's some bullshit race.
Undead.
Oh, he's like, was he RPing? Like...
Probably. Hey, undeads are really cool though. Can you still like human racial it as well? And wasn't there like a potion as well in?
So they stopped the after this season in Shadowlands. They stopped the potions from working. You could spell ward it, I guess, in theory as well. With your comp.
Okay, then another question about like all the pucks that I ever go with always go left. Is there any like route that actually goes to their side, or is it always just this side?
I haven't seen anything that goes right.
Okay.
People tried to write a bunch on the PTR, and the mobs are just like twice as hard, and these mobs give so much count. And you do it in like the way you do it is like kind of like how you're doing it right here, where you're just doing it in 2 pulls, and so you just get similar count, and it's a lot safer, and it's a little bit faster from what I've seen, so it kind of makes sense, assuming that you don't get owned by the hounds and people just like randomly stand in the frontal.
Oh God. I was just
demonstrating.
That was just demonstrating what people do in random pucks. I think I probably just released.
Probably. Holy shit.
This is like one of those instances where it's like one of the only abilities where they didn't make the like animation clearer. Like, because most other abilities they have like a really clear line now, right? And it's like one of the only things.
The animation?
No, I'm not blaming. I'm just saying that's like there's one thing that doesn't have a good animation, and I died to it. You know, like, if I don't have a clear cut on the ground, then I can't dodge it.
How long have you played this game for? You're used to the old animations, if anything, huh?
No. Listen to me. If there's no clear cut animation on the ground, I can't dodge it.
Oh, word.
Wait, so this as well, like this spot that they're in right now. Wait, why did he just read? Ah,
no,
okay. Yeah. So he just does the cat. But they still jump the cats though, right?
Yeah, but he gets stuck doing the frenzied charge over and over again, which means that you don't get stunned, which is thank God.
And the cats, you can still stop them by using vortex and stuff, or does it not matter?
No. These guys are These guys apply the bleed instantly. I don't know why. I don't know why cats are like 50-50 as to whether or not they're dodgeable or not, but yeah.
Like, a cat jumped at me and didn't get a bleed. Is that just, like, did I just randomly dodge it?
It could have natty dodged it, maybe.
Yeah. Nice.
God's will. And then people take Peacekeepers into this boss. I don't know what your group is necessarily going to do. But yeah, it looks like maybe they're not grabbing them. Peacekeepers in this boss are a little bit sketch. There is a safe spot to where you actually never have to dodge out of the way of this guy's ground circles as well. Safe spot's like to the left of the door as you come in. You can just like always stand there and you never have to dodge the circles.
There's a safe spot? Like somewhere around the store?
It's like against the door. It's like a left of it, like against the
this?
wall rather.
Or do you mean left of the door?
Left of the door, yeah.
Oh, like here?
You'll see it, it's right there. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah. I love the camera angle.
Yeah, you just stand there the entire time.
This is like the Tettles camera angle.
Yeah, I don't need to say anything anyways. I got all these weak auras telling me how to play the game.
Other than that, like, one thing that I remember from the first of this dungeon was a thing is that you had to use like the debuff that would soak into orbs that actually give you a damage buff. Is that a thing? Are people still using this properly or not really? Or did they make it weaker?
I feel like back in Shadowlands, people were way more optimal with who they were passing the debuff to than they have been lately. Like, I think it's one of those things that this dungeon is fairly lenient on the timer, so people don't try to optimize it as much as they have to, or like as they could. But like in theory, I feel like I see tanks getting the debuff just all the time, but like passing it to your DPS that have cooldowns available, especially classes like DK and Warrior that have like pretty short CDs, they should probably be like holding that shit like almost permanently. And then it's kind of the same thing as what was in Shadowlands too. If you like kill this guy up against the wall, then you can like lock those protocol balls just like dead into the wall.
Okay. So and then you can just soak up all the balls like immediately, I guess, and get like a big ball.
Yeah, exactly. Like this guy's killed in the middle of the room, but like in theory,
didn't we even in the past also just keep this guy alive for a long time? Like try not to kill it to get.
I think he had more health. Like I think
maybe that. And I remember in the TGP or MDI, they had like a warlock pet that they left outside the gates.
Oh, that's right, to pull more trash, and I actually forgot that they did that. That was crazy.
I wonder if they do something like that this time around too.
I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if they like just pull 4 peacekeepers into this boss on pull or something like that. I will say that I think that big golem is pretty sketchy these days because the damage from the dispels is like really high, like to the point where you have to press like a pretty significant defensive to be able to like survive it whenever it goes off. So if you get like 4 or 5 sets of those, you start running out of defenses pretty quickly.
But like you can dwarf racially or whatever.
Yeah, of
and I guess if you have a warlock, you could also dispel it, unless your pet is outside.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be seeing a bunch of warlocks.
You don't think so?
Nah, I think.
Hey, for this dungeon, maybe.
Most people were playing some variation of Ellie Shaman, Frost DK, Hunter, and then it was like Havoc Demon Hunter or Ellie Shaman. I think was what most people were playing during time trials. But this is like full Fizz meta, and then randomly Ellie Shaman because that spec is OP.
Well, this elementals are like super good at just like AoE, right?
It's just Ascendance is the strongest offensive CD in the game. Yeah.
It's like huge burst AoE basically.
It's burst AoE.
Okay. Oh, this mini boss as well. Like in the past, you would just like do this thing where one person's on one side and you can still do this, or I guess.
Yeah, you can still do it. It only targets range, so it's like it always targets like one range to one melee. So in theory, it could be baited on. Like if you were the only range, perhaps it could always be baited onto you. Most people honestly just stack up. So the Peacekeepers will only charge you if you're standing at range, which the Peacekeeper leap is pretty sketchy. And as it turns out, getting that debuff from that lethal force dot is like I don't know if it's not scaling or like I think it's scaling, but I think it just doesn't hit that hard. Oh my god. This is sketch. I don't know if it's just a low number or like what the problem is, but you just combine it all the time.
So if you like go together with the debuff, you just get a dot?
Yeah,
you
just
fail a
get
mechanic?
dot, but
Okay.
it does like no damage.
And the Peacekeepers, like they make this force field that just like reduces damage if the mobs stand in it, right?
It's 75% magic DR.
Okay. Oh, it's just magic DR, okay. And and they do some AoE damage too, right?
They charge people.
Okay.
I'm surprised people are abandoning out of this. This is timeable still.
Yeah, please go. And the charge you stop by just stacking. Okay.
Yeah, but like the way that a lot of people are doing this is they just like hard stack on top of the Peacekeepers, and they just like move with the mini boss as well, and you just heal the lethal force dot. Like.
Okay. Let me do that then.
It's just heal.
I love it when the healers heal.
And then something they changed is that mob that got pulled last time, that used to like enrage trash mobs and make them take bonus damage.
True.
But now they no longer take bonus damage. That part of it got removed. Now it's just an AoE enrage.
That's why they used to pull it on top of like the last boss and stuff.
Yeah. That's why they pulled it on top of the boss.
True. Oh my god, I forgot about that.
You can still snap mobs up top, and I suspect with Hunter being meta with misdirection and shit like that, they're probably still going to be looking to snap mobs up top. But I doubt it's going to be the Enforcer. I suspect that the Enforcer is not going to get snapped.
Mm-hmm. And this mini boss here, they used to skip this guy. Are they still doing that or no?
No, they increased this guy's aggro radius. He's skippable, but it's a lot harder to skip him now.
Okay.
Like you have to have like a pixel perfect jump skip up the like that left side, like those the things that you were using to prevent you from getting lethal force like combined.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you do like a pixel perfect jump, you can skip him. It was
like
after they changed his aggro radius, it was like terrible. Maybe you can gate past. I don't think we're seeing a warlock. Maybe. Dude, if we saw a warlock, it's because people are doing that weird shit where they like summon snap mobs, like we saw last season of Dragonflight, and we've seen it a couple times. Where they do the thing where they like drop the sigil and then accept the summon, and just like port hunter mobs the entirety of the world away.
So this room used to be actually kind of hard, and the male thing put the bubble down, like with the haste, and now nothing does anything anymore, or what?
Bubble's gone. The only thing that's scary is the male elemental's junk mail. If you get double cast on by junk mail, you can just die 100 to 0. It's like fairly common. So people just like die 100 to 0. So like people will be looking to press like
Why am I stunned the whole time? Oh, it's because I have the jumpy debuff.
Stormbolt.
Wait, you're just not allowed to jump, right?
No. I think the chickens just target a random player. I think you just like lower.
Okay.
I think you also. I think you're supposed to be like LOSing whenever the sorters are opening the cage as well to not get stunned.
Oh. Wait, so the big guys are throwing junk mail at you, and it's basically just like a unavoidable physical damage hit, I guess.
Yeah, and it's two of them will one shot pretty much everybody.
Can you line it?
Yes.
Okay. So just play good.
Yeah, a lot of people are. It's kind of they're looking to play it kind of similar to the floodgate mobs that do the throw dynamite, the specialists, where they just like they're looking to press Stormbolt if somebody's getting doubled off or asphyxiate or something like that, and they'll just slam a stop on them.
Okay.
It is I will say it's a bit scary to do the male mental into the boss. Ideally, this DK is going to grip it on top of it because the fan mail with the junk mail cast, like I've definitely seen people just like die. But like if you had a stop here on it, or like somebody presses stop, not necessarily you. It's like kind of fine, but yeah, it's really scary.
What's the cast the male elementals do? Like what does that do, that cast?
I'm gonna be honest, I've always kicked it. I have no fucking clue.
Okay. So it's not important, I guess.
Maybe it looks like a shield, but like I genuinely have no idea.
Okay. Another thing, like on this boss, I remember that when you soak the petals, you get this like magic debuff. And in the past, I remember that you didn't actually want to soak it as a damage dealer, and especially not as a Moonkin, because it did so much damage that it was better to just let them hit the floor. Is that still a thing, or do people soak as much as possible now?
I think that getting more than one stack is like pretty much suicide. Like the general rule is kind of the same. It's like don't soak unless you have to. The tank's gonna try to soak as many as possible, and then the tank's gonna try to soak as many as possible. But like don't let them like go off in the middle of the room. I think it's like the general rule.
And I guess the healer does the most like bombs and stuff, and
yeah,
she'll just kind of chill, or
the healer will begrudgingly do the most bombs. They probably won't do the most bombs, but like they should.
Okay. And I guess in the past, the AoE, like the soak, used to do a lot of damage, and you would actually immune it at some point, otherwise you would die. But I guess now, just kind of soak it, I guess? Or is it in high keys?
Probably, you really still want to immune it, and you can even, like with this composition, you can bop it, and it just removes the debuff. Most people are immuning them if possible. Particularly if they have that elemental throw junk mail thing going off, they would have definitely slammed down a bop and just it would have been fine. But yeah, I mean it's I feel like it's definitely less dangerous than it was back in Shadowlands. Like in Shadowlands, I felt like that thing would hit you to 20% HP even on like a weekly key or something.
Yeah.
So it definitely feels like it's a lot more doable now.
But yeah, otherwise this boss, I guess, is not really hard. What's the hardest boss in here, in high keys?
Probably him. But like,
oh, really?
Most groups are not lusting Menagerie, and instead they're lusting this guy. It might be the first boss, actually, that might be harder, but this boss...
What's hard about the first boss? Just the cell, or the weapons one-shotting?
This is the cell, he's fucking annoying.
Okay. Okay, how the fuck does this minigame work? I have no idea how this works.
Okay, so I don't remember what they changed. They did definitely change parts of this. So the minigame starts whenever you buy the item from the guy, and then it puts an item on the ground.
So you cannot do this earlier.
No, but you can walk in here and start the RP. That guy who's walking up and doing those / save bubbles, you could walk into this room and save yourself like 15 seconds worth of RP.
Okay. Okay.
But now it's so somebody just walked over the parcel and picked it up immediately. That's what summons the ad. So they had the bugs earlier on in the season where this dungeon was just like randomly getting bricked. Where
I had that once.
Yeah, people were impossible. It was impossible to complete it. So one of the things that they changed was it just automatically gets picked up whenever you walk over it now. And so, yeah, you just have to take it to 3 different slots, and it spawns trash every single time. And I think that's one of the differences between now and Shadowlands is like I don't think it spawned trash every single time. You'd have like a hunter out of stealth or out of combat do it. I remember that. I don't remember why.
I'm pretty sure like healers were soloing this thing, no?
Yeah, so it was a healer. I remember like hunter and camo soloing it, but I don't remember why.
Because so the overseer we just killed, that like that's a mob that is just there in the room, right? Like,
Yes, that guy's just in the room, and then this guy spawns from the trash pack. Also, something to note is whenever somebody's holding the like goods that you have to walk from stall to stall, the strong arms are fixated onto them. So anybody except for the tank holding the goods is kind of in a lot of danger. Getting just like randomly melee to death from the strong arms.
And do they give percentage? Enemy forces?
All this trash gives forces.
Okay, so you kind of have to like that's just like the count you get for sure. Like you have to do, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's also not really possible to just what if the person that does the event just uses like Shadow Melt and stuff? Vanish? I don't know.
I mean, you can do it in combat. It's gonna be mostly on tank damage to live that much trash.
No, man, like to solo it.
Like you can CC the strong arms and stuff. Like you could.
So like somebody could solo it, and then in the end, just like Shadow Melt to drop aggro, and you can move on.
Maybe. I feel like I think the trash was auto combat to you.
Oh, so it's like a dungeon-wide combat
forced,
thing?
but- yeah, I think it's forced, but I'm not 100%.
Okay.
I think you also have to kill all the trash to actually be able to even unlock the password.
So, they really want you to
have
do it.
You have to at least kill the last trash pack to unlock the password, but I suspect that you have to kill all the trash. Not really something I'd really tried.
Okay. So I guess, in the MDI, they still have to do it somehow. They could still split the group, I guess, but I doubt that's worth it. Yeah, I guess that doesn't really make sense. Okay, so for this event here, the first... I feel like generally this event is now kind of weird. So you just do a bunch of trash, and then the boss
shows up.
Yeah, nerfed a few times, and now... Because they changed the shield now, it's much lower now, and it does not one-shot you, it just does pulsing AoE, right?
Yeah. They also made one less pack of trash spawn here too, which is, thank God.
Yeah, this
way
event
too long.
takes forever. So this guy, what does he do? Nothing really.
So there's a kick. Missing shout has to get kicked. He does whenever he puts up his shield, he blocks from a cone relative to where he's aiming the shield. But it's aimed at players. So in theory, you would love your DPS to fade away from you. And then you just let yourself get dragged all the way in with the suppression spark, and then you try to dash out with your extra action button because the suppression spark, because the damage amp circles always spawn in melee. So
and it also only does damage at the very end, right?
Yeah, you want to be patient there.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Refresh anyways. W.
On high keys, is actually do you save your cooldowns to actually get nuke the shields, or is it just kind of whatever?
I don't think so. I feel like people just this DK class is egregious. That class just kind of always does single target damage. I don't think that you're ever gonna. Assuming that multiple people aren't dropping their damage amp, you should never have a problem.
Okay. And generally about Frost DK, are they just good at everything, or is it just really their single target that is so sick?
I think they're generically good at everything. Their single target and their priority damage is probably one of their biggest redeeming qualities.
Their what?
Their single target and their prio damage is probably their best redeeming quality. Yeah, I mean they just do Jesus tier single target damage. It's like a raid. For some reason they just have the exact same damage that they have in raid.
And so when you say prio damage, do they are they just doing their single target rotation on AoE and they somehow do AoE damage and single target, or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Welcome to 2025.
But they don't have funnel damage. They just do
no,
high priority target damage while also doing AoE basically.
Yeah, the funnel specs are kind of the same as it was last season. It's Havoc, Demon Hunter, and Arcane Mage.
How does Havoc funnel?
Havoc's from Maldrachi, Reaver, Wounded Quarry. That's 100% of their funnels from Wounded Quarry.
I have no idea what that meant. What are those words?
Some fucking hero talent nonsense.
Okay. So, do they infinitely scale with funnel, or is it a certain amount of targets, like Arcane Mage, or?
Arcane Mage is only up to 5, but Havoc, there is a target count where Havoc does a lot more funnel. The first pull of Gambit, Havoc will do infinitely more damage than Arcane Mage. I think that Havoc is, if you want funnel spec, Havoc is probably a little bit more preferred. Some people have been playing Mage. Mage is really good still.
Okay.
Obviously, Mage is always broken, but I think that if we're gonna see anything, it's for prio damage. It's most likely gonna be Havoc Demon Hunter.
Okay, sick. How's Havoc AoE? It's also just
very good.
Okay, so
that spec is just good.
So if we see any let's say there's a certain damage dealer that they really want, a certain class, then which class would be replaced? The Hunter?
Probably the Ellie. I think the Ellie is what's been replaced. Hunter does the most overall DPS in the game. That's. I think it's the Ellie. DK is pretty unkillable, and you need grips for a bunch of dungeons. AMZ is obviously really OP. DK's overall damage is fine. But you're gonna need some single target damage. Like I think that getting away from the DK is like pretty tough.
So Havoc is not actually like played then, or?
Havoc was played some during time trials, but the top teams didn't play Havoc. The top teams played Ellie instead of the Havoc.
Interesting. Okay.
I would say about half the teams ended up playing Havoc though. I think Ellie's really hard to play like effectively, but I think that whenever you have everything perfectly scripted like they do in the MDI, I think that Ellie gets a lot easier because you're routing around their 3-minute CD.
And about this boss, like I guess this boss, there's not too much to say, but is there like any special things that people do? Oh, he did the other thing. Okay, random. Oh God.
Not really. It's mostly just the same. The only maybe notable thing is phase slash. If you're on the other side of the divide, you don't get hit with the phase slash dot. So like if you're out of LOS of it, you can avoid getting hit by that dot. Because that dot is pretty scary, but.
And how does it work? Like, is it like everyone kind of gets it, or how does it work?
Three players, yeah.
It's random though.
3 random people, yeah.
Okay. And it's physical damage, I guess.
I think it's Shadow. I'm not 100% sure. You would need to hover over it. I'm not 100% sure. Looking at the icon, I would have guessed it was Shadow. If it's physical, that's news to me. Maybe it's a bleed. Maybe you could dwarf it. I'm not 100% sure.
I guess we landed now.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so what do you think about this dungeon in the MDI in particular? Do you think it's gonna go really high?
I think that this and Gambit, I think that the two Tazaveshes are gonna be the two high. Oh, it is physical damage. Yeah, it's a bleed.
Okay.
Just looked it up. Yeah. So I think that this and Gambit are probably the two highest keys by like not an insignificant amount. The timers in both of the Tazaveshes are fairly lenient. And I think that you can do some really aggressive routing in streets that we haven't really seen on live too much to kind of push it up even a key level higher.
Okay. Wow, I can't believe Tettles joins me again and I get score again. What is this?
Plus 13 Pog.
I didn't want to tell you that like the last time you were the first one to join the bootcamp, right? And then I did a bunch more. And I swear, like, I depleted like all keys with the other coaches. You're like the only one to time keys with.
Oh shit! I watched the one that you did with Crota. That was good.
Oh yeah, like I did like a Moonkin one for that one, yeah.
I remember he was just like sitting there watching you fuck up your dangerous race. He was like, "Oh no!"
And I like fucked it up every time. And at some point, he just didn't mention it anymore, and I was like, okay, like.
He was just like, "I'm up for talking about it."
Oh man.
Holy shit.
Okay, let's quickly like do the.
We do Nico Dome, yeah.
Yeah, we can do that too, but I just wanted to quickly like look at the routes a little bit because you said it's gonna be pretty lenient, so you don't think there's gonna be any like super big differences other than this whole like stepping thing, or do you think it's actually gonna be completely crazy? Because I remember Streets being one of the craziest dungeons when it came to routes.
Yeah. So right now, hold on, let me see. Let me make a route real quick. Right now, the route that players are doing in Streets is like fairly fixed. It's actually pretty much the same composition of all the mobs that you guys were even pulling there. Some combination of this and of the boss, and this. Second. But like, I feel like in terms of the mobs that are being pulled, there's not much innovation that's actually being tried currently on live. But I would not be shocked if that changes in some capacity. Just the repack needs to get pulled at some point. Probably the Sportcaster. For some reason, I always find a way to figure out how to miss fucking count in here. But...
Hey, Icefulls, what's up? Tettles equals score. I know, right? It's crazy.
These are kind of the mobs that tend to be pulled. Here, I just linked it to you.
Okay.
Some. Oh wait, I missed. Oh yeah, this one's don't give count. But yeah, there's like the other shit. There's like the bosses and stuff at the top. But
okay, yeah. So like, I guess you kind of, I mean, you don't necessarily have to pull the whole first room. You could skip the overseas if you really wanted to, but there's no point if you pull it onto the boss anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to like meld skip those. It's definitely doable. People were testing around with it on the PTR a little bit. They're not the most efficient mobs in the world, I would say.
Mhm.
But yeah, you take them in the boss. Those always get taken in the boss, and it's kind of chill.
Yeah, I guess they changed the way the count works a little, at least, because it seems like you don't really. Oh, and maybe also because they force you to do the trash on the event now, because there's really not much you can do differently here, right? Like if a lot of the trash you'd have to play.
The event trash got added, and originally it was like this dungeon was out of like 320 or something like that.
Yeah.
It was something fucking crazy, and then everybody was like, "Well, we don't need any mobs, so we can skip everything."
Because what can you really optimize? I guess, I mean, the only trash groups that you can skip that actually are a big time loss that you could optimize somehow would be, I guess, pull 4 and 5. Like, if you can somehow skip this and pull more trash onto a boss, that would be worth it, I guess.
So I think that the Peacekeepers around like 6 and 8, I think that I have a suspicion that the entire room of 8 very rarely gets done in one singular pull, but I wouldn't be shocked if that gets done in one pull. But then you take triple Peacekeeper plus Sparkcaster into Soasmi or something like that. Like that pull that's attached to 8, like all 4 of those mobs that are outside, as opposed to, you know, taking some of them into this mailroom trash, you snap those up top. Like that to me is just like something that would intuitively make sense for how MDI teams are looking to play it. But yeah, I don't know. I would be astonished if people end up going right, considering I think the quick blade, I think it's the dot that gets put on people. Yeah, so these scullers or skulkers, I think, are these mobs. Yeah, these skulkers.
The invis mobs, I think.
Stealth. Yeah, they're the invis mobs, and those guys were fucking demons. Like their bleed just hit you so hard.
Yeah.
And
the wise guys did something bad too, no?
Oh, maybe it was the wise guy. Yeah. I thought it was.
I like the explosion and the bolts.
They're the casters. Yeah, they're the casters and the guys that teleport too. Jesus, yeah. I forgot that. This entire area is cursed. I'd be shocked.
I love the right side though because it was bigger pulls.
Yeah, that's true. And then you don't have to deal with these stupid Peacekeepers with their 75% magic DPR.
Okay.
Those mobs are hella slow. I actually think that like if anything gets cut, I wouldn't be shocked if somehow people figure out a way to play without pulling the Peacekeepers just because they're super inefficient. But you're playing them most of the time. Whenever you're playing them with a boss, so you're just kind of fine with it.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm interested to see what they cook up for this one. But yeah, maybe nothing special. The thing is, this dungeon has just so many bosses, and you just have to play the boss. Like, what are you gonna do, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess the only way to really optimize this is just pull more trash onto the bosses somehow. But yeah, that's gonna be kind of hard because you also have to clear the boss. Well, I guess the only thing they can really do is leave trash up in the boss room. But then, like, that also doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Leave trash up. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good. Yeah, you should wheel that boss on over there and just pull that trash, right? Like, that boss takes long enough to where we'll take some trash on him regardless.
Yep. All right, let's see if I get invited into one of these Echo Domes.
Dude, this dungeon... I think that this dungeon, people play some really bad shit in pugs in this place, but...
Okay.
I think that like once the MDI routes start to show up, you're gonna see like crazy shit. I think like the first pull is the one that is notably the most weird from like high-end teams to like what people are playing on live, because people are pulling like a random destroyer into the first pull, whereas teams like run to the double destroyer in front of the first boss, like not pulling a bunch of the other stuff that they leave behind.
Destroyers are the big dudes.
Yeah, they do the line. Yeah.
Okay, and like, why are the destroyers bad? Because of the line?
I think because you could do a larger first pull if you don't pull that one patrolling destroyer.
Okay.
So it slows you down.
And like the gluttonous miasma, that's the circle around you? Yeah.
Yeah, it heals the guys.
Oh, it heals.
It heals the destroyers based on like damage taken or something like that. Yeah.
Ah, so you want to use defensive to heal it less. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And like the line thing, you can't really avoid it either, right?
Yeah. Actually, you can. You can outrange it at 45 yards. Like, you can outrange it while doing damage the entire time.
So it's 40 yards range, basically?
I think it's even 45. I think you have to be at, like, perfect max range.
So apparently Kush leaked on his stream that they may or may not have exploited some stuff in Echo in time trials. I don't know what that means, but do you know of any kind of like weird things that people can do? I don't know.
I mean, you could get out of bounds and like do the second boss first if you want to. I've seen some like weird shit, but like, why would you do that? That sounds terrible. But like, I've seen some out of bounds stuff, but like nothing that I was like, wow, I'm gonna use this. So I'm like, oh, that's weird. Why would I get out of bounds? That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I linked you kind of what the route looks like for most people.
Yeah.
Maybe they stopped playing that mountain that's like pull 8. But
I say pull 8, pull 8.
Like, I think if you wouldn't play that, you'd play like some.
Yeah, this is like one of the dungeons where, like, I feel like I know things about it, but then at the same time, like, you pull so much stuff. Like, there's just so much happening.
Something like that. The thing that you're trying to avoid is you're trying to avoid like a couple of specific mob types. The Dune Crawler, that guy sucks.
Oh, that's the guy that
you don't
is
really
like
want
the
to pull that many
Scarab.
pack speakers. Pack speakers are like okay, but you tend to not want to pull a bunch of them.
Oh wait, were we talking about the creeper, the burrowing creeper, that you don't want to pull?
The only thing that would be maybe negotiable is that pull 8. You would maybe remove that, and then you would pull some stuff that's like north of pull 9 with one of the pack speakers. Both are doable. I've definitely seen routes with both. Some people don't really like that hill pull, but
okay,
that's kind of fun.
I have lots of stuff to learn about this dungeon. Do you think there's any crazy like shenanigans going on in the MDI for this one? I guess it. So this was time trial, right? Oh, I was randomly muted again. What the fuck? So this was a time trial dungeon, right? With which other dungeon?
Yeah.
Gambit?
Gambit, yeah. They gave them the 2 dungeons that go the highest during time trials.
Okay, do you think there's any like crazy shenanigans going on here? Like, because some of them did stream their practice, right? Or their time trial keys. I don't know if you watched it.
Some teams did. I didn't watch like a ton. The problem is the teams that are streaming aren't the teams that give you the most information, right? It's not like you're getting like the 1 seed streaming their 22s. I don't think anybody who did a 22 is streaming it. So you're kind of missing out on like, oh, what does the route look like for you to be able to time a 22?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this and the 2 Tazaveshes I think has the chance to go the highest because the timer in here. So the Tazaveshes, I think the mobs are a little bit soft, where they just don't hit you that hard. Where this dungeon, I actually think the timer is just so free that you're able to like time levels higher.
Okay, interesting. So the reason why they don't do 23s is because they literally just can't do it? Like it's like one-shot stuff?
I don't know what actually would stop them because I was just looking. So Holy Method put up they were under by 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Okay.
In their 22.
Yeah.
I don't know what would stop you from doing 23. Don't need to. Don't want to.
Huh. They said apparently that the second boss did too much damage.
Second boss does too much damage. Yeah, I can see the javelins have too much HP and they hit you too hard.
4,
Yeah.
3.
I was wondering if the first boss spit was also going to be maybe a limiting factor because that dot is crazy. But everything's going to go up by 1 key level because of turbo boost at least, right?
True. Yeah.
But I wouldn't be shocked if, let's say, they had to figure out how to do 24s, kind of like they had to figure out how to do 24 motherload last season.
Yeah.
That was something.
So this destroyer, you would most people skip on hierarchies, I guess.
So most people skip it. Most people just like run up all the way up the left side, and they pull the double destroyers the first pull with Bloodlust, because it's slightly more efficient to Bloodlust and stuff like that. This route I would say is more typical of like live keys.
Okay.
It's fine. It's definitely slower, but you have enough time to where you don't really care that it's a little bit slower. Plus, getting people through the left side without accidentally body pulling a trash pack just seems like an impossible ask.
Okay. That was not quite 40 yards. Okay, so the destroyer does this like circle and the line, right? And then the gorgers, what do? Do they jump? No.
So they do casts. Oh no, the mites do the casts. The gorgers do the ground circles and a tank hit. And the mites, there's two different types of mites. The small mites just like leap on people and they're kind of whatever. And then the big mites, they try to cast on people and then they die and they put a bursting dot on your group.
Oh, that's why we die sometimes. That's the dot. So you don't want to like stagger it, like bursting actually.
So every single time they get a cast off, they also get another stack of the dot. And so if you have like 2 or 3 of those casts go off and then you kill them, that mite, it just does so much damage to your group.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, because I remember sometimes dying to like a dot that stacks and I had no clue where it came from.
Yeah, so like in theory, you're supposed to be like standing at the top of the stairs, maybe to like outrange the volatile ejection line.
Yeah, that makes sense. And wait, because there's the jumpy guys too. They're like the small mites.
Yes.
I guess that kind of sucks if they jump to you if you like super far, but they die super quick anyway. I guess. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys are kind of whatever. You just blow them up, and they get killed off by somebody else. Somebody else will AoE in the death.
Is there any way to pull stuff through this wall? No, right? And it's also not allowed in the MDI. Oh, okay, but it's not allowed.
You can. I don't know if it's allowed or not. I don't write the rules, but you can.
Oh wait, true. Like they allowed it in what was it called? The academy. They allowed it there.
Yeah, they did allow it now. It was kind of the same thing, huh?
Yeah. Because you'd like jump over the wall basically somehow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So something that's interesting about this boss is that ground puddle.
It slows the mobs. Right?
It slows the mobs. So yeah, you want to drop those puddles at directly north, south, east, and west because those are the only spots that those mobs can spawn at.
Okay.
So yeah, if you like look at your minimap, like you just drop it like off to like perfect on those cardinal points, and then it automatically will like slow them, and it makes it pretty trivial to kill during the intermission.
Okay.
And then beyond that, I think what you watch a lot on live is DKs be very greedy and they fucking drop their puddle in melee range of the boss. But I think what you're gonna actually start seeing is teams like hard stack like dead center of the boss's hitbox because Beast Mastery 100 pets through the naval lead. And I think you're gonna need the BM pets to like just nuke those mobs.
Okay.
Because like you're missing your Starfire Cleave on the boss too, right? Whenever people aren't like dead center of the boss's hitbox.
Yeah.
But like in theory, if you're all like dead center of the boss hitbox, you could just like Starfire out the boss.
And these like random mets that spawn throughout the fight, like they're just annoying, but you just like cleave them down basically. You just stack up so they're all in the same spot.
Yeah, just slam an AoE stun on them, maybe to reduce the damage that they're taking, and then like so they don't move, so you can just, like, keep hitting them to like.
And is this boss actually hard?
So fucking bad. Killing the mites actually like really high levels can be tough.
Okay.
If you don't have enough like AoE damage, the ones that are like walking towards the boss during the AoE suck is pretty tough, and the heal check is not insignificant. Now, Restorator is kind of fucking OP, but it's not like it's definitely a non-zero heal check.
Okay. Another thing, since there's nothing too much about this boss anymore, yeah, I wanted to look up the format for the MDI because it's still the same as last time, right? Or did they change something?
the same format. They still got the comp stack rule and stuff like that too.
Okay. So I guess we're still gonna see the top teams switch to like some sort of like non-meta comp.
I have no idea what they're playing even.
Interesting. But I guess there almost is like a second comp that is like somewhat viable. Like I guess they're gonna just switch between Rest of Shaman and the Rest of Druid, I guess, for tanks.
Yeah,
for the healers.
Rest of Druid are good. Tanks, you know, I think that 4 tanks are good right now. You can play anything. Then DPS, I think is gonna be the thing that you're like, what the fuck?
Okay. But is there like one dungeon where like a certain spec is like super good that is not meta currently?
I think that there's actually a lot of stuff that's good right now. Hold on, somebody's saying that they actually changed it a little bit where it's instead of the 2 mini groups with 8 teams per weekend, it's 6 play all 3 days. 6 teams will play all 3 days. So actually, they might change the rules. I need to go actually look.
Okay, let's not spread fake info here.
Yeah, I love spreading misinformation on the internet. That's why I do it regularly.
Same. Just always say it very confidently.
Yeah. So I think that like you have a maximum number of these sentinel mobs that you can pull. These mobs are demonic. They just do so much AoE damage. Whenever you break their shield, they just like ruin your day. I don't really know what.
When the shield is up, they do nothing, but when it's broken, then they do damage. And they also leave these puddles, right, as well? That's them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then the far stalkers, they'll leap on people and they'll do damage whenever they leap onto players. And so you can get combo and just like die 100 to 0 if you're not careful. So you can only pull like maximum 3 of these total.
Okay. And like, so the stalkers do damage when they jump on you, and then they do this frontal thing that you just have to dodge.
The rune stalkers don't do anything. Those guys are frauds. They're like the surprise inspection mobs in Floodgate.
Okay. So the face blades are the ones that jump? No.
Far stalkers.
Far stalkers, okay.
Phase blades, those are tank mobs.
And the rune stalkers are also tank mobs?
Those are, you know, I don't know who they're for, but they're not for anybody, I don't think.
Okay. Oh, the ritualist is the caster. No, wait, the fire stalker is the caster. So they jump and they cast. Wait, that's horrible.
Ritualist is a bolt caster. Far stalker is like tries to cast like chain lightning. I think it's like Arc Jolt or something like that.
Okay. So how do people deal with the sentinel? They just like kind of save their cooldowns until the shield is gone, or?
Everybody gets pressed. The moment the shield breaks, you press every single defensive. You try to press every single offensive button. Every time you pull a sentinel, it's where your ascendance gets pressed. You're like, oh fuck, we're dying.
So I guess like mages are kind of good for this one.
Mages, Happy Demon Hunters are broken for these guys, yeah.
Okay. And you can't stop these phase blades from the far stalkers from jumping and doing damage to you?
You can with Ursals, yeah.
Okay, so it actually avoids the damage that way, okay.
Yeah.
But then it sucks because the other guys are jumping out, I guess.
Yeah, it's great. Love. I think that they designed one too many mob types that leave out of this dungeon.
Yeah.
I think you do one last mob that leaves out. Holy fuck, we are crushing the rest of our group. Who needs fucking turbo boost gear?
Right?
The phase blades like to port behind your tank a bunch, so sometimes you'll see tanks like try to tank an entire trash pack like up against the wall with their back against the wall.
Oh.
You probably don't want to do that with the Sentinel, considering the fact that you can actually like leap out of the Sentinel frontal, or you can actually just walk away from it, frankly, if you're like pre-moving. And so you're gonna really want to dodge every single one of the Sentinel frontals because it's like a magic damage dot that gets put on you.
Yeah.
But anytime you're just like tanking a bunch of phase blades, rune stalkers, far stalkers, I think like maybe tanking up against the wall might be a pretty viable strat.
And how does this, like, how does the boss, can you pull the boss at any time, or do you have to clear something first, or how does it work?
It's just that Sentinel pack that's in the middle of the room that has to die for the boss to be pullable.
Okay. And the first boss you can pull whenever? Or do you have to kill the two guys in front of the door, the destroyers?
No, you can pull those guys whenever.
Okay.
You can pull the boss whenever. You have to start, there's like an RP on it. But people like pre-start the RP. It's kind of like the Gambit RP, where you just like walk into the room and then it starts.
Okay, so for this you pull this end. Do they pull something onto the boss on the hierarchies or no?
Yes, they pull a lot of stuff onto the boss.
Okay.
It's normally like 3 mobs at a time. Like you kind of always have mobs on the boss, and they'll like grab them during the intermission, like after you do the line phase. Whenever you have like the 2 mobs, like that you're able to hit on the boss, like the tank will tend to go grab trash after grabbing it like on full. It's kind of a question as to where you're supposed to bloodlust. I've seen some groups bloodlust the sentinel, most groups bloodlust the boss, but I think that both are pretty viable lusts.
Are they actually saving it for the damage phase of the boss?
I think it's normally just being sent on full, but I don't think anybody's actually going for like 4 lusts in here or anything like that.
Okay, because timer is 31, so.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anybody go for 4 lusts. That would be kind of.
But if the timer does, like, if this timer is whatever, then no reason, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the lust that you want to deploy on the last boss is like on full with a bunch of trash, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like, I don't even know, 26 minutes or something if you're 27 minutes maybe if you're against timer.
And for the last boss, because there's like these things that you click and channel like some energy in. Is that for the last boss? Is that how you spawn that guy?
You spawn that guy by killing the 2-pack figures that are in front of him, yeah.
So what the fuck do you channel into these staffs or whatever it is?
That just gives you haste whenever you channel those, yeah, for 30 seconds. Yeah.
Can anyone just press on it?
This is the pull that I was talking about that some people are skipping and not doing.
Okay.
Yes, anybody can channel it, and it goes faster the more people that channel it. It's like fine to do. It's not like, it's not a lot of haste, so people are just kind of whatever on it.
I guess you can do it while the pull is being gathered, or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you can't do it while you're in combat, so like you send your DPS and your healer to do it while the pull is being gathered. But like, I think it's one of those things that if it costs you any time, it's probably not worth getting.
Okay. And this boss apparently does a shit ton of damage. So what is it that does damage? Inhibition, or also
so
like?
It's everything actually does a lot of damage. So this javelin, it just stacks up a dot onto people based on how long the javelin's alive for. They're pretty tough to kill. I mean, they just have a lot of health. And then there's this warp strike that gets targeted onto a random player, including somebody who has the javelin on them.
Yeah, which I think is really stupid.
Yeah, and that puts like a pretty big magic damage dot. The tank hit can be pretty sketch, but if you're playing with like a warrior, that bleeds mostly whatever. I mean, they're gonna block the world, but that dot can be pretty sketchy. And then this intermission, if you end up ever getting hit with 2 stacks of the arcane overload, especially at a high level, you just fucking die. But right now it's kind of.
How does it even work? Like, because like when you have the arrow on you, like it charges through. Like, is it splash damage around you, or do you only take damage if you're standing in the line somehow?
It's if they get hit with the line, yeah. It's like piercing, but yeah.
They this pierces the player too. The targeted player.
Yes.
Okay, so you can get hit by other people's things.
Okay. And you can get hit by other people's. If you get hit by other people's, you probably die.
Okay.
Like if you ever get a second stack, it's like not really healable, unless you're DK, which then you'll press that's right. That class is not real, like I swear.
So is there any way to is there like a proper strategy to try and avoid getting hit by multiple somehow, or is it just like you have to play good, wing it or whatever?
Yeah, I mean the primary strats actually just try to be like loosely spread around the boss, because whenever they spawn, they kind of spawn near you. Now it's not an exact science, but they'll roughly spawn next to you, and so then you try to move through the boss, and you just like you'll have somebody verbally count like 1, 2, 3 as they charge, and you like if you're paying attention to whenever they spawn, you can actually tell who's going to be getting them next or not. And so there are ways to like be able to tell like who's getting dashed next. So you have the second one in there, and so yeah. So
how did I get the second one?
The warlock should have like moved like towards your spot after you got hit, and then you should have like moved away.
Okay.
Which yeah, I think he got cleaved by yours and then you moved away, which is fine, but I think that movement is really fucking annoying.
And it's a dot, or is it just like instant damage?
It's a
Or
dot.
both?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think it is a brutal dot too.
Can you dwarf ratio it?
I think it's magic, so
Okay,
I
no,
don't think it's
then-
dispellable. Yeah, I
Okay.
think. But so like a bunch of these trash packs that are like to the left, those would have also got done with the boss.
Oh, okay. So what the hell do these pact speakers do?
They're like a League of Legends character. They got 4 abilities.
Okay, but are they relevant or? Like...
Oh, they're all relevant.
Oh,
So it's got a cast that it has to get kicked, and then it goes into an AOE phase for some fucking reason.
Okay.
Where it's just like AOEing you for your like 2 health bars worth of damage.
This erratic
And then,
ritual here?
Yeah, that's what that's the erratic ritual. And then it summons an ad, and then based on how long the ad is alive, the pack speaker gets shielded, but the pack speaker is like has a damage reduction whenever the ad is up, so you have to immediately swap to this consume spirit ad. Like this shit is.
Okay, that's.
I don't understand how it has so many abilities.
That's like a boss.
It is literally it's a League of Legends character. I don't even understand how the fuck it has so many abilities.
Oh god,
And-
that's like Baron Geddon.
It's got more abilities than Baron Geddon.
Actually, it does.
Literally more abilities than Baron Geddon.
I want Thunder Fury. Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of
these guys-
crazy. So you avoid these if you can somehow.
These guys are better than the Sentinels. They hit you less hard. They're not super efficient count-wise, but they're in the area of the dungeon that has the most efficient count mobs in those dungeons. Those big scarabs that you guys killed,
Yeah.
the crawlers, I think is the name of those mobs. Those mobs, for some reason, give 9 fucking count apiece.
Okay.
Those mobs are illegal.
Yeah.
Like you try to pull every single one of them. It is so much count.
And the creepers, what do they do? Like the like scarab
Those
guys.
are like, it's like bubbles. You just don't pull those mobs. Like,
Oh really?
You raise your eyebrows and you go, oh wow, that's a pull.
So this guy, we don't pull this guy, or what?
That guy's free. That guy's the 9 count free.
Oh.
The big one. There's
the
maybe
same
he's
guy,
actually
but in
the
bigger.
Crawler. Yeah, the Doom
okay.
Crawler. That guy is the one that you raise your eyes like, oh.
Okay.
But yeah, the small ones, the creepers, they give you so much count, so you try to pull every single one of them.
I see.
They just do like a tank heal absorb hit.
This guy does nothing. Like he's just standing.
Yeah,
he's not even
exactly.
hitting the tank.
That's there's an enchanting stun that can be used right here. It's like a 5-second channel, and then it like stuns all the mobs for like 5 or 6 seconds.
Oh, it's like but how does it work? Like who can press it or who does it?
Just people with enchanting.
And you press you get it if you press something or.
Yeah, it's like an extra action button.
Oh, and it appears if you're in this area.
And you have enchanting, yeah.
But like in the whole dungeon or just in this area?
Just right here.
Oh, just right here. Okay.
Literally, just this console that you're seeing on your screen, like, it's
okay.
attached to that. It is fucking stupid.
Does it work
like
on
not-
all mobs? Like, can you just drag anything in here and you just stand them for 5 seconds?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know. I think it works on all the mobs.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
Interesting.
I wouldn't be shocked if it doesn't work on like the lieutenants or something.
Yeah.
Oh, something in my chat says target capture 5. I actually didn't even know it was target capture 5.
okay.
I knew that some mobs did get stunned, but I always assumed they weren't in range. But it was like,
So it's like a torn stump.
except way worse. So twice as long, yeah.
Oh, this shield is actually dispellable. Is it the ritualist that cast it? Looks like an earth shield.
It is the elemental that casts that shield.
Okay.
That is yeah, they're purgeable shields. They're like, yeah, they're just like orange or the pink blueberries, I think is what the mobs are. They're just elementals, yeah. And they just like, I think they spam shield on like lowest health target. So, but yeah, this is another dungeon where you want to purge.
We're getting our haste.
Oh yeah.
10%.
It's like,
and move speed.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. thank God we didn't start the next pull for 10% haste on our tank right there. That was really good. I feel like it's one of those things that it's just like so bait. You're just like, oh yeah, this is gonna be great, and then you're just like, oh yes, 10% haste for 30 seconds. This thing sucks.
So I guess, yeah, so the thing that will hold most teams back here is, like, I guess the second boss. And maybe some, like, random trash deaths with the sentinels plus the stalker guys.
I wouldn't be shocked because, like, first and second boss are, like, pretty tough. Both of those, I think, are probably the two hardest parts.
Yeah.
The damage intake on the second boss is, like, really high. And you probably need to play it... You want to play it aggressively. I guess maybe you don't have to, but you want to try to pull a bunch of trash into it, which is then gonna like randomly kill people because Farfar's gonna leap on them the same time they get dotted and you just die.
Is there anything in hierarchies that people do in this dungeon, like tips, tricks, whatever, that most people don't really do in lower keys, other than like the first pull you said?
First pull pretty consistently is done a little bit differently. There's some mobs that aren't linked to one another that I've seen some people start to like take into different trash packs. I think it's like some of the Gorders I think aren't linked to like a Sentinel and stuff like that. I don't think this route is like really nailed down. I don't think that teams are playing like a super consistent route for this place yet. I think everybody's got kind of a different idea. Like obviously you kind of know what mobs are good, and there's a decent amount of mobs that are like required to pull, but I don't even think anybody has like a full like, oh, this is the route.
So you think this might be one of the interesting dungeons?
I think so.
Watching
yeah.
the MDI. Okay, cool.
Especially if there's an exploit, I want to see what they're doing.
Yeah.
Climbing mountains or something like that. You know, there's always some bullshit getting out of bounds somehow. He's grabbing our funnel mobs for the. Oh no, we need this funnel for the boss.
For the Destro Warlock.
For us, for our Starfall funnel, of course. Funneling the damage meter.
Yeah, that one needs funnel too. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. I guess something that maybe a lot of people won't know about is like this last boss. During the large intermission, the ad positioning is static, so you're always gonna have ads spawn in the exact same spot every single time, and you always want to move counterclockwise as well to go and pick up your ads, because that's the way that they're gonna get hit with the beam. Which I think that's like a pretty.
Wait, so does it always spawn in like the exact same spot, like the 3 ads?
Yes.
Okay. Because
So
that's
they
good,
always-
because sometimes if you pick one ad up on accident, like if you don't know it's gonna spawn on you, then you kind of mess up your extension, right? The buff.
So like facing the boss where you are right now, the one that's like behind where the boss is always the first one that you run to, and then the one that's like to the left of the boss is the one that you go to second, and the one that to the right of the boss is the one that you go to third, and that'll give you perfect extension with like the highest amount of uptime on the damage amp.
Yeah, and just to explain, like if you get your image here, you get a damage buff, and if you get a second image, then not only do you get a second stack of it, it also like refreshes the duration basically, right? Like
Pretty
bursting,
much, yeah.
but in a positive way. So you want to make sure you extend it as much as possible to get the most duration of your buff up, I guess.
Yeah, but then if it gets hit with any of the mechanics on the fight, then you take the unhealable dot.
Yeah.
That is by far the craziest mechanic I've ever seen. It's just like, oh yeah, there's this unhealable dot that's on this fight. Great.
And
I
this,
think
like the thing with the circle, do you always just soak it instantly? There's no reason to wait, I guess, right?
I always pick it up instantly. I've seen some people like delay it. As long as it doesn't get hit by your circle, it can get hit by anybody else's circle, and it's like not that big of a deal. And you have a little bit of time to actually go and pick it up. I just normally pick it up instantly because I find it easier that way. But
Okay, so now I need to find. Oh, no, I didn't pick it up. Perfect. Okay, so now I would go counterclockwise because the next one is going to be this.
yeah, exactly.
Is there like a weaker that shows like the tick of it?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
It puts like it's one of those like circle weakors that puts the timer on your screen.
Hey, I walked through it. I didn't.
This is so
I walked through it like 5 times. I don't know what to tell you.
That is crazy. That is insane that you lived the fucking ground effect.
Better than not, apparently.
It might actually be better than the fucking dot, but like, I don't know my mind.
If you have to choose, I guess you just go with the ground effect, guys.
There's no fucking way. They were right about bear form. Holy shit.
Yeah, it is broken after all, I guess.
Holy shit, they were right.
Our healer is dead, apparently. Oh no!
That's all good.
It's just angel things.
So something I've been noticing for a while that I forgot to ask, why do you have the one button rotation on your bar? What is that
Oh, okay, listen. There might have been a situation. This might be slight. Okay, there was a situation where I can't even say this. This is actually against. I can't say this.
It's telling you to press Fury Valor. Can you fucking press it already?
Okay, I'll whisper this to you afterwards.
Oh, okay.
It's not that bad.
So somebody was playing on her account and they didn't know how to play Minikins, so they were using one-button rotation.
Okay, this was actually really funny. So I was at the Echo broadcast, right? For the race on the first. I was just there one day. And I had no time to, because like it was the first week, and I had no time to unlock the vault. So I was like, fuck, it's Tuesday, like I kind of want a rating vault, what the fuck do I do? And I was like, how expensive is like a boost? Like I should just pay for a fucking boost. So I paid for a boost, but I only had so much time before I had to cast. And then they wiped like a bunch of times on Heroic, it was Heroic. And they wiped on the first boss, and then they wiped on the second boss, and I was like, fuck, I'm not gonna be able to make it. And then I literally was like on the last boss, and I had to leave to cast. So I was like telling like some person who was like sitting next to me, he's like, hey, can you just like move to the next boss? Like it's gonna be fine, they're gonna be killing it. And then apparently they wiped once, so like he felt like he has to like do something, so he just put the one button rotation in there and like pressed it a few times.
Naguura admits to count sharing on stream, I think is what is going on here.
Hey Esther, it was like 10 seconds.
literally banned. This is what I got hopeful banned.
Okay, yeah, this is basically ritual first.
The same thing. It's
basically the same thing, yeah.
It's like heroic versus mythic, of course.
I guess I have to go back to cycling, guys. I'm banned. Oh yeah, but yeah, I keep seeing it because I never actually look at my action bars, right? But then people come into my stream and they're like, "Are you playing a one button rotation?" I'm like, "No, why the fuck would I do that?" I was like, "Well, because there's no bars." Like, I guess remove it. Okay.
You cranked that key.
Yeah, look at me go. I beat Survival Hunter to Destroy Warlock. I just now realized he's survival.
The pinnacle of meta, of course.
Was there anything else about Ecodome that you think is like maybe something like route-wise or tips and tricks? Anything interesting, noteworthy?
I think the dungeon is like way too vast to be able to be like, oh yeah, this is exactly what people are going to be doing. I think it's there's so much going on in this place that I don't think anything would shock me, except for additional Sentinels being played. That would surprise me a little bit, but that's about it. Like I think that there's so much going on in here that you could actually do a lot of different stuff, and everything makes sense. Like those burrowing creepers, those are by far the most efficient mobs in the dungeon. So trying to play as many of those as possible is probably going to be the most useful thing, but also at the same time, like doing large pulls with Far Stalkers and Rune Stalkers is also really good.
Mm-hmm. What about, okay, so if the timer is not that big of a deal, since we saw they have 4 minutes left on the 22, is there any way they would invite, I don't know, like classes that, if the second boss is holding them back, like is there any way to invite something that has a better way of surviving that second boss somehow, or like, I don't know.
So they were the only team that was 4 minutes under.
Yeah, no.
I don't know, like better time surviving second boss. So this team with Yaunt and Robin played with a Havoc Demon Hunter. It's definitely better than Ellie Shaman surviving that boss. Hunter can immune, DK can immune the javelin. What would you? I mean, you can already have people that are immuning the javelin on the second
But
boss.
how do you so immune the application of the javelin completely? Like it doesn't spawn?
So you can pre-immune it. Yeah. Yeah. You can pre-immune it with AMS or Turtle.
Oh, okay, that's
And
broken.
I mean, Ellie's like fine at that boss, and especially if they're like have trash on top of the boss as well that they're able to kick. They're just gonna get a bunch of passive DR. So like say they're kicking like a Farstalker or something like that. They're gonna be able to get the DR from the arcing zap.
Okay.
And Ritualist too.
Okay, well, I'm basically an expert now in Ecodome and Streets. This is perfect. Thank you very much, Tettles, for all the insight.
Yeah.
That was actually really good.
No worries. Hope you continue to get a bunch more IO and make sure you get more crests and Valor Stones. You're gonna need it.
Yeah, definitely need it. But I think I'm just going to be depleting all keys from now on because only time keys with you. Unfortunate.
Oh, good. Yeah, got Coach Mera is coming in tomorrow to deplete all your keys, of course.
Stove is coming in tomorrow, probably depleting everything.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to do like a coach tier list at the end of the
Holy shit,
bootcamp.
he's gonna teach you how to play Ellie Shaman. It's gonna be sick.
All right, well, thank you very much, Tettles. Have a good one.
GG's.
GG's. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Make sure y'all give Tettles a follow. I think he is actually streaming right now as well, so you can always check out his stream. He's doing a lot of really good M+ and WoW content in general, so definitely check him out. He also does a lot of YouTube stuff for M+ in particular, so yeah, make sure you check him out. And I definitely learned a lot of things. There's always, like, it's always very interesting to me because when I'm not active a lot in the season, but they play old dungeons. Like, we have old dungeons that are coming back. And of course, I've been playing WoW for such a long time that I've played these dungeons before and I've casted these dungeons before, right? So obviously something like Streets is a dungeon that I know quite a lot about from previous seasons, but then at the same time, it's a while ago, so I've forgotten about some things. And then, of course, it's being played completely different now, and there's some changes I'm not really aware of. And I feel like that's the trickiest part. Whenever they bring back a dungeon, that's really tricky for me because I have this knowledge in my head, and maybe I'm not aware that they changed some stuff, you know? So in my mind, this mob does this thing, but then maybe they changed it. And I'm just not aware of it. So I'm like saying something like, oh, this mob, like this mob's ability can be line of sighted. But maybe it can't be line of sighted anymore because they changed it and I just like didn't know. You know what I mean? And then people are like, no, it can't line of sighted, you idiot. Like, it's like, oh, stop. And a lot of this like knowledge is really hard to actually obtain. Because like a lot of these things you just learn by actually playing the game and by doing it. Because how the hell are you supposed to figure out if an ability can be line of sighted or not? Or how do you know if it can be outranged or not? Like, you can only read up so much stuff on abilities. Of course, you can look up every single mob on WoW and look up every single ability. But even there, it's not written how you can avoid it. Like, it's not written if you can line of sight it. It doesn't, it doesn't tell you if you can jump over it or if you can, like, outrange it somehow or jump, like, literally, like, outrun it. Sometimes you can outrun an ability as well. So like all of this knowledge, it's super, super nice to do these boot camps because then you got players in that actually have been playing a lot this season and they have all of these like tiny little like pieces of information that are so good to know, but are so hard to actually figure out as a player that isn't playing 24/7, right? Lots of tribal knowledge. Yeah, it is a kind of tribal knowledge. Yeah, it's true, Jericho, yeah. And it's also, I feel like it's also like a big barrier of entry to people that want to do high keys. Especially if you don't have a group and people that you're on voice chat with. Because sometimes, this actually happens to me many, many times. Because I nowadays play keys very casually. Well, casually for my level. Like when I say I'm playing a key casually, then that means I'm playing like a level 14, 15 key casually, right? Well, for other people, that might be like a super high key, right? But so when I say I play keys casually, then I mean I play on a key level that is high, but not like the highest end of key levels. Like I'm not doing like high end super keys anymore. I'm doing more like I'm doing high keys, but not like I'm pugging, and I'm not like sitting there figuring out routes 24/7. Like I'm just kind of like pugging and hanging out, right? But I'm still doing somewhat high keys. And the thing though that happens to me a lot nowadays is that sometimes I'm unaware they can do certain things, but people also don't tell me, because how like people just kind of expect you to know these things, but also nobody's telling you. Like for example, one thing that Tettles just told me that I didn't know is that you can outrange the lines from the destroyers in Echo Dome, right? But I had absolutely no idea that you can do that, and nobody told me. And I also didn't see anyone else doing it, because it's a Moonkin thing, right? Because Moonkin has 45 yards range. So for a Moonkin, it makes sense that you would outrange it, because it's a 40 yards range ability. So I won't see another character in my group do it, because if I see someone else do it, then I can maybe replicate it myself. It's like, oh, look, this caster's outranging it. I guess I can outrange it too, right? Then I would see it and just replicate it. But since the Moonkin thing, obviously I'm not playing a dungeon with another Moonkin. I'm always going to be the only Moonkin there. So it's just like this knowledge. How would I ever figure this out unless I somehow try it or somebody tells me, right? And people in a pack are not going around telling you these things. People don't tell you, oh, you can actually outrange this, or oh, you can actually like line of sight this. People don't usually say stuff like this. So either you know, or you just don't, and people are just gonna like think you're a bad player, but don't actually tell you. You know, like it's so interesting actually. It's so counterproductive, because when you're pugging and a player doesn't do something that you're supposed to do, like a small thing like the line of sight thing or like the outrange, then in their minds, they're just gonna be like, oh my god, look at this idiot not line of sighting. But they don't actually tell you either. So it's like at the end of the key, in their minds, you're just a bad player. Even though it's just like a lack of knowledge, which you're then not telling them. So it's kind of this weird thing in M+, where it's just like, I feel like sometimes some of this knowledge is just kind of gate-kept. No, I don't want to even call it that. But sometimes it feels like it. It does feel like people are just kind of like not sharing the knowledge with you, because it's like either they're like too lazy, or they feel like it's not their job. It's like, oh, we're just gonna like assume this person is bad, so we're not telling them the thing. Like it's just weird. It's also true that sometimes if you tell people things, that they take it as like a bad thing as well. Yeah, sometimes people are not happy when you tell them some stuff. It's like, hi, can you actually like you can actually line of sight this, and they're like, I don't need to line of sight. Like I'm, you know, you don't tell me what to do. We packed a healer for a +12. After the run, he asked for feedback. Oh, really? He got feedback, so it was great. He was very happy with it, and bring him along from time to time as well. That's actually so nice. Yeah, that's actually a really cool thing. I feel like that rarely happens. Hey, Drasty, what's up? How are you doing? It's hard to be a nice human, and you never know how people will take it. I do think it's hard. Yeah, it's definitely difficult to know how people will take it, especially in like when you're just typing. Right? Because if you give a tip to somebody and the person is already a little bit like maybe on the edge for some reason, like if the key didn't go too well, or if they died a few times, or, you know, like if they're a little bit unsure about their own performance, if they're not super confident about their own performance, and then they're being told a tip, then they can kind of take it as like an insult, or like as a passive-aggressive thing, because they kind of assume your undertone. Usually people assume undertones, even though it's just a chat message, you know. And there's no smileys in game either, so you can't even put like a smiley face.
Continues BTW.
Hey Arvia, thank you so much for 72 months. What's up? How are you doing? League World started today. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. I didn't actually know that League World started. Wait, that's crazy. I didn't know that League World started. Who's gonna win, Arvia? I haven't watched League Worlds. I used to love League World so much. Where is it? It's in China. How was the opening ceremony? Was it sick? And it's still leak in February. Haven't looked into it since. All ceremonies and finals, true. Yeah, true. It's in finals. Give me a second.
Keep forgetting to refresh my sub. I do apologize. Ha ha.
Thanks 11 months, Trusty. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hey, Deborah. Thank you so much for Prime. Welcome in. Thank you very much. All right. So, since we have Stove tomorrow for the next and plus bootcamp tomorrow at 2 p.m., so a little bit earlier tomorrow. Which dungeons should we do tomorrow? I guess maybe I just ask Stove what he wants to do. Like maybe he has some super cool insight on some dungeons. The downside with having like an MDI player is that they probably like they definitely want to keep some secrets, right? Like he's not gonna tell me stuff that he thinks other people don't know. But I guess that's whatever. Like as long as he gives me like high key knowledge that he thinks is like public knowledge, I think that's already good enough. I think we should be okay. We should be okay. But he for sure knows something similar to the Plague Burst and Plaguefall. Oh, he probably knows a lot of stuff. Alright, guys. So I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow for the next bootcamp with Stove, and then let me think. What's today? And then on Thursday, I think I'm gonna play a horror game. Yeah. So tomorrow we do World of Warcraft into bootcamp with Stove, and then we do a horror game, probably Little Nightmares 3 on Thursday, and then on Friday we play Fellowship. Okay, that's gonna be and on Sunday as well. On Friday and on Sunday I play a Fellowship. So gonna be lots of cool stuff coming up. Make sure you give the stream a follow if you haven't yet. But I'm going to leave it for today. Also check out my new video on my WoW YouTube channel. I posted a video about Fellowship as well. If you guys are interested in my opinion about the game and if it's gonna be worth it for you to play, then definitely check it out. And yeah, I'm gonna see if I can maybe host.
Some people genuinely watch me lose in a video game and it'll actually be the best day of their lives. Against
What was that? Let's host Tettles, I guess. Tettles is streaming, I assume. Yeah, let's host Tettles. He's gonna continue streaming for a bit. He just started early for the bootcamp. Then I guess he's gonna be around for a little while longer. So definitely check out Tettles. I'm gonna send you there. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next bootcamp. I'm really excited. These bootcamps are always really, really fun. Can definitely learn a lot of things. If you guys have any kind of feedback for the bootcamps, like if you want me to ask them like different questions, or if there's like something in particular that you would like to know more, then let me know. Because, you know, like the way we do the bootcamps right now, I always try to ask as much questions as possible, like kind of tips and tricks for higher end keys, but then also a little bit about the route, a little bit about just general knowledge about like mobs and what they do and stuff. But if there's anything that you guys would be interested on top of that, then just let me know. I can ask these players anything. They're very knowledgeable. So, and tomorrow we have Stove, so I'm sure he's gonna have a lot of good insight. If you want me to ask more about the MDI in particular or something like that, then just let me know, and I will see if I can sneak some of those questions in. But otherwise, I'm just gonna do the thing that we did always, and I hope you enjoy. We're also gonna be uploading the bootcamps onto my YouTube channel, so in case you miss a bootcamp, then don't worry about it. We're gonna be summarizing it on the YouTube channel. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. Have fun watching Tettles, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you so much for hanging out, and goodbye.
So much dopamine. I love gambling.